Get preventative screenings, which includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program today, simply log on to the St. Christopher Fund website, truckersfund.org, and look under the Health and Wellness tab. Sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are in question this morning after an incident on the Strait of Hormuz.
President Trump on social media Sunday saying the U.S. forcibly seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the strait that tried to pass the naval blockade. Iran has yet to respond. The president also announcing his representatives will be heading to Islamabad, Pakistan, for another round of peace talks on Monday, adding attacks on Iran may continue if an agreement is not reached by Wednesday when the ceasefire between the two countries expires.
ABC's Selena Wang there. The ship seizure comes after Iran fired on two ships from India, both of which had claimed Iran gave them clearance before firing on them. Tsunami warnings are up along Japan's northeastern coast after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck early this morning. The U.S. tsunami warning system, however, said a destructive Pacific-wide tsunami was not expected, and there is no threat to Hawaii. Here in Tennessee, lawmakers are moving to require Governor Bill Lee to reconsider rejecting $84 million in federal food aid for kids this summer. Tennessee is one of 13 states that did not seek funds. Instead, the Lee administration plans to continue a smaller-scale program from last year that targets 18,000 of the most needy kids. So far, a bill that would reverse that decision has the support of more than 30 lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. And the Renaissance Festival returns to Castle Park in Arrington for its 40th year. News 2's Kenley Hargett says it all starts on May 2nd and continues for 5 straight weekends.
Organizers have chosen a different theme for each weekend, including Nordic Invasion and Echoes of Olympus. This year's festival will also mark the debut of a new entertainment venue. Parking is free. Guests are encouraged to bring cash since most vendors have limited connectivity for digital payments.
The sword fights return this year, and Queen Elizabeth I will also make a comeback. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors are turning their focus to a packed week of U.S. corporate earnings, looking for fresh momentum to extend the stock market's remarkable rebound. On Wednesday, the S&P 500 closed at its first all-time high since January 27th, while the NASDAQ composite also reached a record close, its first since October 29th. Some of those closely watched earnings reports this week will come from Tesla, Boeing, General Electric, Intel, and Procter & Gamble. We'll start the week off with key numbers on retail sales and home sales data on Tuesday. A modest increase expected after recent home builder sentiment hit a 7-month low in April due to higher material costs and mortgage rates. And PMI numbers Thursday will give us a read on April manufacturing and services activity. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Right now, the Dow futures are down 263 points. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There's some road work happening on 65 northbound this morning. It's between Vietnam Veterans Boulevard and Louisville Highway. One lane is open to traffic there. Also on the westbound lanes of 24, they may already have started picking up the construction zone in the Laverne area. There were 2 lanes open to traffic on 24 westbound through that construction zone earlier this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on into a Monday. It's 4:20, Joan.
No, it's not.
April 20th.
Okay. I was going to say it's 5:06.
No. Oh, I see.
Get it? See.
Joan, are you feeling a little whiplash? Like, I don't know about we left.
Yes.
We left on Friday, and the markets are going great, and we're heading towards a peace deal. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Things are going really good, right? We left on Friday. That was what was happening.
Our stock market was flying.
Stock market was really going good. I mean, things were just amazing. And then here we are on Monday morning.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Yes.
Kaboom.
There were a couple of kabooms there, actually,
Yeah.
Joan. So that is us taking out the engine room of one of Iran's ships, trying to make its way through the Strait of Hormuz. And that's what they tried to do, is they tried to get through the Strait of Hormuz. And we just decided to take out their... I got some video here if I could, Sam. I've got it playing on the video, but, you know, they're trying to break the blockade. And that goes right with what we were talking about on Friday, Joan, where the Iranians were going to try to break the blockade. That is exactly what they tried to do. Now, some people on the left are pearl clutching, saying, oh, my gosh, now we're, starting an actual war by trying to sink their boats. If we wanted to sink their boat, we could have.
Yes.
Basically, this came, Joan, after 6 hours of negotiations. 6 hours of them purposely violating the blockade, and we gave them multiple warnings. They wouldn't stop. And so this is the Iranian-flagged Tuska, T-O-U-S-K-A. Is that what you'd call it, Tuska?
I would say that's the pronunciation, yeah.
Okay. So we blew a hole in their engine room, and I guess now we're on the boat. We've taken over the boat, as we should.
Is it in Tuska pieces?
No, but it could be in Tuska pieces if we wanted it to be in Tuska pieces. I'm glad we didn't, but we could have if we wanted to. And it's important that everybody knows that had we wanted to blow that thing to smithereens, we could have, because, again, they were purposely violating our blockade. Those warnings, again, went on for 6 hours. This is from Reuters. The Iranians simply refusing to stop. While the standoff was escalating, the USS Spruance, guided missile destroyer, issued that final directive, evacuate the engine room. And you just heard that. I just played it for you. Moments later, the destroyer unleashed several rounds from its 5-inch Mk-45 gun, blasting directly into the ship's engine compartment and bringing it to a halt. Officials claim the ship had attempted to push through the blockade despite repeated warnings. Marines seized the ship after it was disabled. President Donald Trump touted the operation on Truth Social ahead of crucial negotiations between the U.S. and Iranian representatives in Pakistan on Monday. Although, I'm seeing a lot of different versions of what is supposed to happen this week, Joan. Maybe you can help me.
Yeah.
So the ceasefire ends on Wednesday. supposedly we are supposed to start negotiations with Iran
Today.
Okay. The Iranians are not even sure they're going to show up. So J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff and, who's the other one? Jared Kushner. They're all heading to Pakistan, I guess. And the Iranians, we don't even know if they're going to show up. So what's the point then of our people going out to Pakistan if we don't know if Iran is actually going to be there? Now, they may be just, doing the stupidity that Iran does, but, they're a little humiliated because we have custody of the ship. By the way, Iran responding by calling the U.S. military action armed piracy while vowing to retaliate.
Well, we do have our own sizable population of Somalis.
It's a great point. You know, we ought to, you know what, Joan? Sam just came up with a great idea. Why do we finally make these Somalians earn their keep and pull them out of Minnesota and send them over to the Strait of Hormuz and have them do what they do naturally best, which is like become pirates.
Yeah.
And start taking over Iranian ships.
We can give them little floating boats, like the little blow-up boats.
Well, I mean, what is it the Somalians are famous for in that Captain movie? Play it again, Sam.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
I mean, that's all they got to say.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now.
And it was an oil tanker.
Iran says you're going to retaliate. Do you know what's so funny about this, though? Is that we've been waiting for them with their little speedboat things to come at us, bros, and they haven't yet, have they?
Yeah, right.
No, they haven't.
No.
They say, we warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond to and retaliate against this armed piracy by the U.S. military. Read a statement carried by the Tasnim news agency. You know what's so crazy about all this is, the Houthi rebels, I mean, aren't they pirates? Remind me, aren't the Houthi rebels, part of what they do is they pirate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're funded by the Iranians. So if anybody knows about piracy, it would be the Iranians. The U.S. military began blockading all vessels attempting to leave or enter Iranian ports or the Iranian coastline, including the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, on April 17th. It's kind of funny, Joan. So Friday night, I did a fill-in show, and I woke up early Saturday morning, and it's like almost everything that I talked about a mere 8, 10 hours before was now completely dated. It was amazing. Now, here's the thing. I'm not really surprised, are you? Because I think I recall on Friday when we were talking about, oh, wow, everything, seems to be going in the right direction for a change. But, you also say you can't trust Iran as far as you can throw them. We have no idea what's going to happen. And so in case you're keeping score, because I want to make sure that I've got all this right, Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz. Then we blocked the Strait of Hormuz, including Iranian ports and ships, but then we opened the Strait of Hormuz except for Iranian ports and ships. Then Iran felt the financial pressure, announced it was open. Then we said, well, great, but your ports are still closed and your ships are still not allowed until a deal is signed. And now it's closed again because the Iranians have closed it. Now we've disabled their ship, and I guess the whole thing is closed because that's what Iran has now done. So, okay, so here's my question. And again, Joan, maybe you can help me understand this. So has Iran closed? Now I'm talking myself into circles. Has Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, or is it the United States?
It kind of does remain up in the air, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, who is controlling the strait at the moment?
Because it sounds
just
like
not clear.
Yeah, because it sounds like we've disabled their ships.
Yeah.
So, or one of their ships. So
we actually took two. Now, I've read in some places that we've taken 2 of their ships.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I read that too.
Okay.
So we've taken, and Iran was firing on the Indian boat. Remember that from earlier in the weekend?
Yeah, so 2 Indian ships they call in, they say, hey, buds, we're coming through, and they got clearance. So now these 2 ships start transiting through the strait and Iran starts firing on them. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Now, okay, so when Iran, you said you sent me that. Where is that, Sam? Is it Dan Show X-Link? All right, very good. Yeah, I mean, so then the big question is, okay, so it doesn't sound like Iran, even though they fired on those ships, it doesn't sound like they were successful in, hey, can you play that audio, Sam? Can you play it? It doesn't sound like were they successful in stopping the Indian ships? I don't think they were. I think
they turned around.
So the Indians did turn around.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I guess what Iran is doing is they are patrolling the Strait of Hormuz. Then why don't we, if they're taking down or forcing ships to turn around, then why can't we take out their ships that are forcing other ships to turn around, like we did with this one, on Sunday, whenever that happened? Why can't we just do that?
You got me.
You know what? We just need to start blowing their ass out of the water. Is that wrong to say?
Okay. No,
I am getting so, and that's what Trump's talking about. I mean, Trump posted this. I've got the audio, Sam. So Trump posted this, and I'll get into it. But Trump posted this big long message on True Social about bridges and bridges and power plants are going to be today, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, this is kind of funny.
I think we're just giving them way too much leverage.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing that I would say is that, and I've got video, Sam. So here's what I would say is that, are we giving them enough room to hang themselves? That's what we're doing.
Maybe. Yeah.
By the way, real quick, Joan, anything going on in traffic?
Let's take a look. 65 North, construction 1 lane open, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard to Louisville Highway. And there's a crash in Goodlettsville. It's on Springfield Highway at Old Springfield Pike. That's it.
Okay. So this is the Iranians, and they're talking to the Indians. And the Indians are really confused as to why exactly it is that the Iranians are firing upon the Indians, because the Indians are saying that the Iranians gave them permission.
Sepa Navy. This is Motorangastan Marhedal. You gave me clearance to go. My name second on your list. You gave me clearance to go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back. Sepa Navy.
So they weren't happy?
Not at all. In fact, I think he was rather, he sounded frantic.
Well, I'd be frantic too if Iran was, but here's the deal, is that if we're giving Iran too much rope, then we need to be able to take them out. Like, that's what we need to do. And if they are firing on nations that actually have nothing to do with, between what we're doing and in Iran, between us and Iran, basically. So if Iran is firing on Indian ships, well, then I think that India could take part in trying to take out Iran and the Strait of Hormuz as well. So if India wants to help us out, I think that'd be pretty cool. If they wanted to say, okay, Iran, you're firing on I don't know if these boats were unarmed or not, but if Iran is firing on unarmed boats, then those nations could help us out, because India's got a pretty darn good army in their own right.
It gives shades of like that kid at recess that you think's messing with you, but like you're not sure if you're cool or not, right? And so every day at recess, you keep trying to figure out if you're ever going to make any progress on not getting bullied or something. You need to go ahead and put them in detention. Go ahead, put them in timeout, take them out of the game, because it just seems that they're screwing with people at this point.
Well, they are. You're right. They are screwing with people. And you know what? It's there just to give you Iran's point of view. The Strait of Hormuz was open. except for their ports, and we were targeting their ships because we wanted a deal signed. So after we got off the air on Friday, remember we talked about this, Joan? I think it was in the 7 and 8 o'clock hour on Friday, where Trump is coming out and talking about how there's been a lot of progress made. Almost all the points have been agreed upon. And I actually said, I remember saying this, has anybody told Iran this? Because we've seen this so many different times.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, so there's all of these. And listen, Donald Trump is guilty as anybody. Because you know that he says these things. And I don't know. I understand that he is very unpredictable. And that is part of his strategy. I mean, that he is predictably unpredictable. And that is the reason why this is part of his strategy. And I totally understand that. But that's why we all have such whiplash. Where we, leave on a Friday morning at 9 here on this show. And then all of a sudden, things are going great. And then by Saturday, everything's gone to hell in a handbasket again. So anyway, there is a lot to talk about. By the way, Iran. Oh, go ahead.
Also, by the way, of course, ABC News had to roll out those who are saying over the weekend that this means that Iran is winning.
What?
Iran is winning. Did you know that?
Was it ABC News?
ABC News rolled out Tufts University political science professor Jeffrey Taliaferro.
They've shown that, we really don't need a nuclear weapon. They don't need a long-range ballistic missile capability to inflict economic pain on the U.S. and on other states in the Gulf.
That's it, man.
Shut up. There you go. Nancy Pelosi says it for all of us. Shut up.
Can you believe that?
Shut up.
I would have to ask, on what measurement do they say, or does that guy say that Iran is winning? Like, what are they gauging that on? What are they basing that on?
He says the Iranians have demonstrated their superpower by weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz.
Where the hell was that superpower when we were taking over their ship?
Yeah.
Dumb A?
It's unbelievable.
Oh,
and
my God.
That was on, Jonathan Karl, of course, rolled him out this weekend. They find this political science professor. Who is this guy? Like, he's not somebody that we know as being an expert on things that happen in the Strait of Hormuz. He's just some guy with some opinion.
Well, and here's the thing, is that if we are able to battle Iran for control of the Strait of Hormuz, then we need to do it. Like, you're right. We need to stop pea-footing around.
Yeah.
And just say, you know what, screw this. We can deal with this, and we can take down Iran if we want to, and we can open up the Strait of Hormuz for everyone except Iran. And if this is what they want to do, and we need to ultimately get that financial pressure back onto Iran, then that is what we need to do. Because we have the United States of America with all of our weaponry and all of our ships and all of our troops in the region. And so at this point, I would have to say, listen, we easily outgun them. We can easily take them out. It seems to me we can easily take them out. We took out their engine room with just a couple of pops. I don't know what they were exactly.
It didn't even sound like huge booms, did they?
No, we just took out their engine room.
And that's before you even get into their advanced weaponry, like what they deployed in Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Like the things that are still on black site that we in the public don't know about. I'm sure worst comes to worst, they'd break those toys out.
Well, you know what? I'm at the point now where we need to. But here's the thing. So you can take out, this is what I don't get. We can take out their military. It seems to me like we can open up the Strait of Hormuz with our weaponry, right? I mean, it seems to me like we could. We have seen hide nor hair of any kind of mine in the Strait of Hormuz, right? We talked about, oh my gosh, all the mines in the Strait of Hormuz. We had many hours of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz with no sign of any mines. So I don't know if there's actually any mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's number one. Number two is, okay, so we have the weaponry to take them out. I would much rather see us, just to take this whole thing full circle, I would much rather see us forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz by limiting their capability to close it, by taking out their ships and either destroying or disabling their ships, rather than taking out all of that infrastructure within the country of Iran, because then you're really, as I've talked about before, then you're really putting the people of Iran at risk. Because if you take out the bridges, if you take out their power supply and all that, then you are dealing with and really inadvertently harming the people of Iran, who ultimately, in addition to the military situation, the no more nukes for Iran, all of that kind of stuff, that's all legit, but I don't want to adversely impact the people of Iran because ultimately they are on our side. So it seems to me like if you're going to do one or two things, disable their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, then you forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz, except for Iran, and don't necessarily do things that are going to negatively impact the people of Iran because they've been through enough. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, very good. I know, Joan, I'm running late. Here's a clue. You folks know when I'm running late is when Joan stops responding to literally everything that I say.
What? You sound so white.
You know what? Amy does that too. I'm like, over the weekend, I actually said this to Amy. I said, because I was talking on about this stupid stuff. Uh-huh. I said to Amy, at what point did you stop listening? You know what she said?
She said what?
What? That's exactly what Amy said. Yeah. All right, 527 WTN. Joan's got the news at 5:30, Joan.
Yeah, we've got more on the trouble that's in the Strait of Hormuz this morning. Also, what President Trump did, signing an executive order on Saturday. It has something to do with psychedelics. It's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Trouble in the Strait of Hormuz, which could jeopardize U.S. peace talks with Iran. U.S. negotiators are set to arrive in Pakistan for talks today.
The White House announcing a high-level U.S. delegation will attend. But Iran last night said it would reject a new round of talks because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump telling ABC's Jonathan Karl a peace deal will get done one way or another, the nice way or the hard way. It's going to happen. You can quote me.
ABC's Hannah Battah. The U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged ship in the Gulf of Oman. U.S. forces boarding that ship after blowing a hole in the ship's engine room, according to President Trump. The U.S. said that the ship was a frequent visitor to Chinese ports and was known for illicit ship-to-ship transfers. President Trump signing an executive order on Saturday. It's focused on speeding up research and approval on psychedelic-based therapies for conditions such as PTSD, depression, and addiction. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary.
We have lost more veterans after the Iraq and the Afghan wars than during those wars to suicide and to mental illness. We lose 6,000 veterans a year. So for many of these veterans, the wars on the ground are over, but our men and women are still dying.
Finally, a cruise ship out of Galveston, Texas, came across a stranded sailor and his cat in the Gulf of America not long after that ship launched. Here's passenger Aaron Myers.
Crazy, wild, fun, because we were able to successfully rescue them. I think that, the vibe on board would have been a lot different if it wasn't successful.
Yeah, Carnival Cruise Line said the sailor didn't appear to be injured, although it remains unclear how long he had been adrift. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just one trouble spot now. It's a crash in Goodlettsville. It's on Springfield Highway at Old Springfield Pike. Otherwise, on the majors this morning on 24, 65, and 40. Not seeing any big delays so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. All right, so it is 4:20. Now, Joan, I had to disabuse Sam of the notion that today is some sort of a show holiday.
Oh, why would it be?
Well, 420 is a famous, thing for marijuana.
Yeah.
Smokers.
I've been stoned since the 3rd grade.
Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?
Yeah.
Learning about Cuba, having some food.
Jeff Spicoli, my favorite stoner, which we ascertained last week.
Mm-hmm.
Joan, if I remember right, you didn't have a favorite stoner.
No, not really. I mean, I guess Jeff Spicoli would be one if I had to choose one.
Okay, Joan, do you know what movie he's from? I'm going to call out Joan. She doesn't know what movie it is.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Atta girl.
Big jerk. Of course I know that.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know where the whole 420 came from.
Yeah,
it was a 10 code in California. When someone would call the cops on the local youth and the riffraff smoking the reefer, they'd say, got a code 420 in progress.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Or a 10-420 in progress.
Who would have known? So I guess this is, so for people that have reefer madness, I guess this is the day to, celebrate by smoking Mary Jane. However, to people who smoke Mary Jane, every day is 420. Joan?
You want to get high?
That's exactly right. Want to get high? What is that, Sam? Want to get high?
Tally from South Park.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Of course it's South Park. Anyway, so we will not, so Sam, no, we will not be celebrating 420 here on the morning show. We have certain standards, don't we, Joan?
Yes, we certainly do.
What?
Can I just, what by the way, I should probably know this with all of my extensive background in, researching these kinds of things, but I don't know if you ever seen anybody with actual reefer madness, Joan? Like, what are the symptoms of reefer madness? I don't know what that is. I mean, Sam, certainly, I know that he can wax poetically on reefer madness.
I mean, it's a craving for high sodium and caloric foods, as well as entertainment like music and cartoons.
Okay. So, like you every day, because that's what you do every day.
What?
Every day.
Sir, I am in academia every day.
Sure.
By what do you mean?
You know what? Here's my question. Okay, you know what I want to know? If that's the case, what you just said, then what pothead is putting SpongeBob on this big TV behind me every single day? Because I come in every day, and the big TV behind me is on SpongeBob. And I want to know who's doing what where they're watching SpongeBob on the big 75-inch television behind me if you're watching on Super Talk TV. If you only listen to the radio, Super Talk TV, we got a big television behind us, and it's got the big WTN logo on it. Every single day when I come in, somebody's got SpongeBob on there, and I'm just wondering if we got, some potheads here overnight that are,
Are you accusing some vandals of breaking into the place purely for the cartoon entertainment joy that is SpongeBob all under the influence?
That's exactly what's happening.
I have a suspicion.
Do you? What is it?
Mandis is a moron in the morning.
Might be the last guy out of the building.
Oh, you think Jackson is hanging out overnight watching SpongeBob?
Possibly.
Wow. Okay. Do we need to do a GoFundMe account to get Jackson a television for home?
I don't know, but those espresso salted caramel cookies are still in here, but most of them have been eaten now, so someone clearly had the munchies.
All right, so I think this is actually pretty cool. Moving on from that. Donald Trump, Joe Rogan, they are combining efforts to increase and sort of speed through the FDA approval process for psychedelics. So this is pretty cool. I'm going to say this because I think that big pharma is a big problem, and they have been for a long time. You know how I feel about medicinal marijuana. I think that big pharma probably is donating to a lot of, I actually know this, they're donating to a lot of our state lawmakers. I don't know if that's why we can't seem to get medicinal marijuana passed in this state, but it genuinely pisses me off. This is Donald Trump. I've got some video here if I could, Sam. This is Donald Trump. So he's got RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is behind President Trump. And then you've got RFK Jr. and some other folks as well. But he's talking about how now we are expediting the approval process for psychedelics, which, again, as you can imagine, is really going to upset Big Pharma, which I don't care, and I'm sure you folks don't either.
Nothing ever happens, no matter how the research ends up. But we're changing that. This order will clear away unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, improve data sharing among the FDA and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and facilitate fast rescheduling of any psychedelic drugs that become FDA approved. And we think many of them will go very quickly. And I have to say the most favored nations pricing that I established, has been knocking the cost of drugs down by 50, 60, 70, 80%. And I also want to thank you and Bobby for the great job you've done. It's incredible.
I mean, I love this. So ibogaine is one, but there's a whole list. So Sam, go through the entire list. And Joan, the last one here is a little jarring to hear, which is LSD.
Yeah.
Right? It's LSD. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, but what's the entire list?
So as you mentioned, ibogaine, which if it sounds weird to you, that's a West African plant-derived psychedelic. You got psilocybin from the magic mushroom, MDMA, which is considered ecstasy, LSD, and ketamine. But the LSD one's really interesting to me. That's gonna they've put professors in federal prison for the production of it before. So it's interesting to see that now that we're going to get some actual research into it.
Well, yeah, and here's my thing, is that you're going to hear people say, oh my gosh, LSD, or what was the other one you just mentioned?
Ecstasy. MDMA.
So, but here's the thing. If you can take whatever the ingredients are that could actually help our veterans with their PTSD issues, or, the same concept applies, whether we're talking about medicinal marijuana, whether we are talking about any of these psychedelic drugs, is if we can figure out a way to take those ingredients and make it into some sort of a medicinal kind of pill or whatever, to help our veterans who are still afflicted with PTSD. You've got people that are having just all kinds of issues. And if you can help them, and the pharmaceutical companies are not helping them, which clearly they're not, and most certainly not at a price where people can afford it, then why not speed up the FDA research and approval process for some of these psychedelics? Now, we did a Daily Dan poll. And I don't know, Joan, do you have an opinion on this, or would you rather just cover the news boys?
No. You know me. I like opinions.
Okay, so what do you think about this? Do you think it's good or bad? I mean, I think it's good. I can see, though, where people would be like, no, I'm a little squeamish, and, the whole domino effect and, slippery slope, and, oh, my gosh, people are going to start, lying about their needs so they can get LSD, just like they would lie to get medicinal marijuana. I understand there are other people that would have that kind of an opinion. What do you think?
Tell me what you think is the good thing about it.
I think that the pharmaceutical industry right now is not helping our veterans.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of veterans that are committing suicide.
Yeah.
And I think that if we can figure out a way through either medicinal marijuana or some of these psychedelic drugs that can be refined to the point where this is not recreational LSD or recreational anything. These are drugs that are refined and manufactured so that they can literally help veterans and other people with either, again, their PTSD issues or whatever other medical ailments that they might need help with, where the pharmaceutical companies are falling short.
So
and go ahead, Joan.
It would be the only time that I think I would ever be in favor of highly regulated industry.
And I have no problem with the regulations.
Yeah.
And that's what they're talking about, Joan. That's what they're talking about.
It's required. It's necessary. There need to be guardrails like crazy.
Yeah, but people having seizures, we talk about kids having, we've talked about kids who, have 200 seizures a day. And the only time that they don't have 200 seizures a day is when they can have some sort of a CBD, medicinal marijuana, whatever it is. If we can stop that, why would we not? And again, not to belabor the point, but if the pharmaceutical companies are not doing it, and they're not doing it in a way that is impactful and effective, from either helping somebody medically or because it's just too darn expensive, then we need to figure something else out. And I love that Donald Trump is doing this. I love that Joe Rogan. I guess I don't know if you've heard the story, but I guess what Joe Rogan did was he basically sent the president a text. And he sent the president a text, and it was all, facts and figures and what they're doing with, ibogaine and some of these other, I don't know, what do you call these? Psychedelic drugs?
Yeah, psychedelics.
Are these psychedelics? And Trump said, I mean, I kid you not, it's very funny. President Trump was basically like, okay, you know what? Let's see if we can get this done. I mean, I think it is so important that you have a president who is accessible to somebody like a Joe Rogan, who, I mean, you think Joe Biden, let me ask you this question. You think Joe Biden or Barack Obama would be accessible to somebody like Joe Rogan? I mean, probably not, but Donald Trump is, and I love that.
Only if it benefits them personally in a campaign.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
And by the way, you know what I love about what Donald Trump said? I don't know if you heard this piece of audio. This is Donald Trump talking about Joe Rogan and how Joe's a little more liberal than we like.
We all respect Joe, and he's a little bit more liberal than that's okay. I have a lot of friends that are liberal, but Joe is an amazing guy, and he wrote me a little note about this, and I had it checked out. I didn't just do it. I had it checked out. I went to Bobby and Oz. I went to some of the people that work.
Yeah, so there you go. Now, what did you want to say, Sam?
Well, just to give some clarification, per Joan's opinion, I know she's in favor for it, but this is not like a lifetime thing, right? And specifically to ibogaine, this is something to be used in what they call psychotherapy, which is a talk therapy, situation. And I wrote a paper on this in my associate's degree program in a sociology class following, I think it's the guy here, one of the guys mentioned in the study that's a former Navy SEAL, served his country, had a whole slew of confirmed kills, and his PTSD was so bad he was rolling around choking his wife out in his sleep because he thought she was an insurgent. Wow. So he goes to Mexico, does 6 weeks of talk therapy with a psychotherapist under the influence of ibogaine in very short, intermediate doses, and he comes out the other side of 6 weeks, 13 years of PTSD pretty much eliminated.
That's amazing.
And he doesn't have to take anything lifelong in order to deal with that either. This is for intermittent use when it comes to certain things people are suffering from. And I think it can be expanded beyond just veterans. Yeah, that's going to be the proving grounds. But I think that there's some potential aspects with psilocybin treating Parkinson's and things of that nature.
Yeah, and let me ask this. For the pharmaceutical industry, what have they been doing to help veterans? Like, let me ask that question, because I don't know what the current suicide rate. Can you look that up real quick, Sam? What is the current suicide rate among veterans? It was 23. And I forget who I was interviewing, Joan, but somebody said that is now up to 30. Who was that?
Gosh.
I can't remember who it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, Sam,
it's up
if
to
I
35.2 per 100,000.
Okay.
Wow.
So I'm sorry, but whatever the hell we're doing, it ain't working. Sam, do you think ibogaine would help me with my memory?
Possibly.
Jane, do you think it'll help me with my memory?
I doubt it.
Hey, I want to play just real quick. So I hope this happens. I really, truly hope this happens. Now, I've got a piece of audio from Don Lemon, but it's a video too, okay? So, Joan, are you on the video?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to play video. This is Don Lemon announcing that he's going to run for president. Listen.
But you know what, Don? You're such a person that I could absolutely see running for president.
Yeah.
Like, not even joking.
Yes, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Look, I'm not saying that I'm going to do it, but why not? My parents taught me growing up that I could be anything that I wanted.
Absolutely.
And so if Donald Trump could be president, why can't I be president? So I might do it.
All right, so I got Joan. Can I just ask, and I don't know if you picked up on what I picked up on, but what do you pick up about Don Lemon?
Okay, there's a few things that I'm picking up from Don Lemon. His parents didn't teach him to button his shirts or wear socks.
So,
also he's got a big fat wedding band on, and that's a fake. It just makes he drives me crazy. He's an absolutely insane person.
So, when I saw that, the first thing I noticed was dude's shirt is buttoned to just above his navel,
button.
I guess. Yeah. And it's like, and he's not wearing any socks. It's like, dude, do you really think you're all that? Like, do you really think that you are all that? I mean, apparently he does. Now, I'm a guy that incessantly wears undershirts, but I just...
As is evidenced by your shirt today. You know they make V t-shirts, V-neck t-shirts.
Why? Why are you shaming my...
Then we wouldn't see the top of your t-shirt.
Is that a problem for you, Joan?
I buy my husband V-neck t-shirts.
Would you rather have me have no shirt and have my
I'd rather
my shirt buttoned down to my navel? Is that what you want? Is that what you're asking for, Joan?
No, I'm not. No. Although that might kind of be funny if you came in one day, no socks, shirt buttoned down to your navel.
You know what? For Halloween, I'll dress as Don Lemon.
Yeah.
I'll come in wearing pastels.
Would you please go get like a level 4 spray tan first? Complete the look.
Level 4.
Okay. Anyway, so no. First of all, just to complete the conversation on undershirts, I wear undershirts because I have chest hair and I don't want it to like come poking out of my shirt, Joan. That's why if I have a V-neck t-shirt, then my chest hair is going to start poking out, and that's why I wear these sweatshirts. These undershirts.
So you're that sensitive?
Yeah, I am. I don't want to be gross. I don't want to be looking like I'm all that. You know, it's like the 80s called. I don't want to see your chest hair either, Sam. Look, I'm actually, hey, Joan, I don't know if you can see me. I'm actually looking away from Sam because he's trying to show me his chest hair, which I don't want to see. Thank you, Sam. I think that's sexually harassing, is it not, Joan?
I was just letting it breathe.
Definitely.
What are you talking about?
Anyway, so.
I think I know why you don't want your chest hair showing, though.
Me? Why?
Because it's gray.
Shots fired.
Nailed it. Totally nailed it. And you can tell because Dan's silent.
No, well, Joan, no, that's not it at all. I don't like my chest hairs poking out. That's number one.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Number two, no, it is 5:55 on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, by the way, Hans von Spakovsky is going to be joining us for a much more enlightened conversation on the Supreme Court and what is going on with SCOTUS. There was a really interesting article, a couple of interesting articles over the weekend on SCOTUS. Number one is, you know that the leftists on the Supreme Court, have you noticed this, Joan, as a court watcher as you are, where they're kind of taking shots at the conservative justices. Have you noticed this?
Oh, boy.
Sonia Sotomayor basically said that Kavanaugh was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Yes.
Remember that? And he doesn't know an hourly wage worker.
It.
She actually had to come back and apologize. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, I think she's got to apologize just for being on the court because she's so dumb. Anyway, Hans von Spakovsky is going to join us coming up at 6:35 here on Super Talk 99.7. 6 o'clock is when the news is happening. Joan, what do we got?
Yeah, so apparently psychedelics, check, but kratom, not so much in the state of Tennessee. We've got news on that coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Morning, now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The U.S. has now intercepted 2 Iranian-flagged tankers, firing on one of them over the weekend in the Gulf of Oman before ultimately boarding that ship and taking it over. Well, now talks between the U.S. and Iran that were supposed to begin today are now on thin ice.
Media outlets affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard, citing unnamed sources, say Tehran is not planning to take part in a second round of talks as long as the blockade remains and if Vice President J.D. Vance is not present. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the vice president would accompany Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, to Islamabad, Pakistan, for the second round of talks.
That's ABC's Selena Wang. Tennessee lawmakers have passed a total ban on so-called gas station heroin. Kratom, derived from a Southeast Asian plant, is now banned fully and completely in the state of Tennessee. Kratom supporters had said the plant can help to curb opioid addiction and manage pain, but others say kratom in any form can lead to addiction and potential overdoses. The bill is now heading to the governor's desk for signature. It is set to take effect in July. And Nashville Pride Festival is all set and ready to go. Happens in June. The big deal this year, organizers say they've got more than 50 drag performances. And by the way, there'll be dedicated spaces for kids. Tickets can run as high as $317 for all that fun. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After a weekend that saw hopes for a quick reopening of the Strait of Hormuz dashed, oil prices were up overnight while stock futures sank. On Friday, the Nasdaq and S&P both closed at new record highs. Given the volatility in the energy markets, the average American isn't likely to see gas prices below $3 until next year, according to Energy Secretary Chris Wright. The national average right now is sitting above $4. U.S. importers this morning can start claiming refunds for tariffs they paid that the Supreme Court ruled unconstitutional, tariffs that added up to about $166 billion. Customs and Border Protection is opening an online portal for refund applications. And despite the intense pressure of the job, a record 8,000 people have applied as air traffic controllers during the current hiring round. In a video posted to X, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy credits a recruitment campaign focused on video gamers. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning on the downside. The Dow futures minus 269. NASDAQ futures losing 127. S&P futures, they're down 35 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got to watch it on 40 westbound right at Fessler's Lane. There's a crash, and it takes out the left lane. North Nashville, Dickerson Pike at I-65, there's a crash. And they're still working on that Goodlettsville crash on Springfield Highway at Old Springfield Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 615-737-9986. The Super Text line is open, and as far as Iran goes, if you're just joining us, we talked in the 5 o'clock hour about how we are suffering whiplash around here. I'm sure that you are as well. We left on Friday, and things were going really well. Strait of Hormuz was open, and we were on our way to wrap up the negotiations, and a deal was about ready to be had. And now, you know, we got here this morning, 5 o'clock, and really things took a turn on Saturday morning when suddenly the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And President Donald Trump is, of course, posting on Truth Social that it is, once again, Bridges and Power Plants Day. J.D. Vance is on his way, apparently, to Pakistan to engage in negotiations. Negotiations, by the way, that we don't even know if the Iranians are going to show up to. So there is a lot going on. I don't know, Joan, I don't know if you're there or not. How are the markets right now? How are the futures looking? Because, I mean, on Friday, they were really good.
Yeah. So there's something really goofy going on with the futures this morning, at least on CNBC. Let me run over here to Fox Business because CNBC actually had the futures up in like 3,000 points higher. They're like going out of control. If you go over to Fox Business, however, the Dow futures are down 269, NASDAQ down 125. Now, I've seen them look worse in the face of things that are, going on in the world.
Right.
So it's not terrible.
In the news also today, thank you, Joan. Yeah, and we've most certainly seen worse. In the news today, of course, we have taken out and boarded, you said 2 of their ships, right, Joan?
So I'm seeing different numbers and, different reports.
Yep.
But what I'm seeing is that there were 2 ships that were taken over by the U.S.
Okay, so 2 ships that have been taken over by the U.S. We have some people on the left who are saying that, we are just indiscriminately firing on Iranian ships.
Oh, my gosh.
No, that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we are enforcing the blockade. That is what we are doing. And by the way, we do it with as many as 6 hours of trying to negotiate with one of these is a cargo ship. That's all on video. So the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, it is once again on. The vice president and, of course, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner on their way to Pakistan as well. The big question is, will Iran show up? And Iran, of course, the reason they're angry is because we had opened. We had all just decided to open up the Strait of Hormuz on Friday, and we kept the Iranian ports and we kept targeting the Iranian flagged ships because Donald Trump said we're not going to let up until a deal is signed. And that's why Iran decided that they would go ahead and reclose the Strait of Hormuz. As I said in the 5 o'clock hour, okay, well, here's the deal. If we have the military might, we need to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is part of a report. I believe this was, yes, hold on one second. There we go. That's gone. Okay. This is from Fox News. This was from Sunday, talking about Donald Trump and what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz.
For the first time during this operation, U.S. service members went on board. He said in a post, in part, our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. That's very crucial. U.S. service members on an Iranian ship. All this comes as talks are planned for Islamabad starting Tuesday between the U.S. and Iran, just ahead of the current ceasefire running out midweek. Now we're hearing from Iran as well, referencing the U.S. naval blockade and the rhetoric coming from the White House, indicating they might not even take part in the talks.
It's kind of funny. They talk about the rhetoric coming from the White House. Anybody see the rhetoric of the Iranians? I mean, good Lord, part of what Donald Trump talks about is the constant rhetoric where the Iranians talk about, death to America. How many times have we been hearing that? For years, we've been hearing about that.
At least they still haven't decided. One state news agency blaming, I'm quoting here, Washington's excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, constant shifts in stance, repeated contradictions, and the ongoing naval blockade, which it considers a breach of the ceasefire.
So there you go. I mean, that is part of what's going on. I want to highlight some audio. Next round of negotiations is supposed to be, today, tomorrow. Current ceasefire does run out on Wednesday. CNN reporting J.D. Vance and the others are going to Pakistan today if they're not already there. Here's what the president said, posting on True Social. Trump warning earlier on Sunday that he would order the U.S. military to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran if a peace deal is not made. We're offering, the president says, a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. The president says no more Mr. Nice Guy. Is that Alice Cooper? Or is that Ted Nugent? I think that's Alice Cooper. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, the president says. They'll come down easy. And if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done by Iran, to Iran, by other presidents for the last 47 years. I mean, the president is right when he says that all of this should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. The president's saying it is time for the Iranian killing machine to end. You know, one thing to keep in mind is that Iran is not exactly known to tell the truth. Megyn Kelly, she said this over the weekend. She had a bit of a breakdown as all of this was going down. I think this was on Friday, Megyn Kelly, when things were going well regarding the ceasefire.
President Trump, in one of his posts today, called it the Strait of Iran, which is probably, the best Freudian slip he's had in weeks. Yeah, it wasn't really before. It was an open Strait of Hormuz used by everybody in the Middle East and beyond. Now it's the Strait of Iran. Now they've realized they've got an economic pressure point they can unleash on us. And we're keeping our ships there now to make sure that they don't do anything, no funny business while we wrap this thing up. But at some point, our destroyers are going to leave. And we'll see how many times we have to go through this now with Iran as things ratchet back up, because they've realized that they have a very powerful tool that hurts us that they never used or realized before. This is brand new.
Fact check, false. That is a blatant lie by Megyn Kelly. Iran has threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, or has partially blocked it many times, actually. 1984, Iran weaponized the strait by laying mines in the tanker war of the mid-1980s. 2011, they made threats, conducted naval exercises, impacted transit. Early 2020s, harassing ships, disrupting transit. So, no, Megyn Kelly, not brand new. As a matter of fact, they've been talking about this and doing it for years. I think that she sounds a little bit like, as all of this looked very positive on Friday, she sounds a little bit like a sore loser to me. A little bit more from Megyn Kelly coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes for your 420, April 20th, nice with the sunshine and a high of 70. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. One more little audio bite from Megyn Kelly.
And we're getting them to promise that they're not going to pursue a nuclear weapon, which was something that the now dead Ayatollah had already issued a fatwa against.
Are you kidding me, really? Like, I don't know if Megyn Kelly is purposely being obtuse or if she just doesn't know. But
she got tuckered.
But she does know, right, that, I mean, I could get Kathy Hinters on the phone and talk about this yet again, but Iran, they're allowed to lie under Islamic practice to accomplish their goals. They call it, what is it, taqiyya? Taqiyya. Where Islamists are allowed to conceal or hide their faith or beliefs in situations to accomplish their goals. This is particularly emphasized in Sharia, Shia Islam, which is what the Iranian leaders practice. So, I mean, I know that she knows this. She has to know this.
And we're getting them to promise that they're not going to pursue a nuclear weapon, which was something that the now dead Ayatollah had already issued a fatwa against. And we're getting them to give their nuclear dust, which President Trump himself told us was buried several feet underground as a result of our bombing of the 3 nuclear sites, to maybe a third party, possibly back to us. That's what we want. He told us we didn't have to worry about it because we have eyes on it via satellite and it's all buried deep in the ground. But now it's a huge deal point that they're going to give it to a third party. They're going to dig it up and give it to a third party. So, okay, great, terrific.
So, I mean, she just, again, things were going well when she taped this, and now we're right back to basically where we started from. But, 2 things, where she talks about how the previous Iranian leader had issued that fatwa against trying to get nuclear weapons. Obviously, that is a lie, and they are allowed to lie under their culture. The other thing is she said, they've never thought about, taking out or blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Of course they have. So I don't know. You said tuckered, Joan? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she got Tucker Carlson. I mean, this is, she's part of his.
Oh, I know. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's, Israel is leading the president and, all things evil are Israel. And, we trust. Realize what she's saying there. So Megyn Kelly is literally saying that she trusts Iran more than Israel. That's essentially what she's saying. Or she trusts Iran more than the United States. It is just, it's like bizarro world to me. 60 Minutes video. 60 Minutes reported on this over the weekend. This guy that was interviewed, his name is Matthew Bunn, and he was a nuclear advisor during Bill Clinton's time in office. And he's talking about how the Iranians, they've been lying for years.
Iran has been lying about its nuclear weapons effort for over 20 years now. They have always claimed our program was 100% peaceful. We were never pursuing nuclear weapons. That's a lie. And then once the international inspectors got in and started finding some things out, the Iranians kept lying to them.
What specifically does the United States need Iran to commit to deal with its nuclear capabilities once and for all?
I think the most important thing is no highly enriched uranium and some in-depth monitoring, international monitoring.
You think, Joan, they're going to allow any in-depth monitoring? You think Iran would do that? Of course not.
It's insane to think that they're going to.
No, Donald Trump was right to pull out of the Iranian nuclear deal because they wouldn't even allow it. It was like, we'll let you know when you can come in, and then we'll sort of, take you on a guided tour of Iran, and we're not going to give any actual transparency.
That's what's most essential, and it's going to be very difficult now, given all of the distrust following this war, following Trump pulling out of talks repeatedly to launch more strikes.
You don't sound very optimistic.
I'm not very optimistic. I think we're going to be dealing with Iran's nuclear program with very few realistic tools available to us for a long time to come.
So he takes a little bit of a swipe at Donald Trump there, which tells you that he's actually not a fan of Donald Trump, but he clearly understands. And again, that is Matthew Bunn, who was a nuclear advisor during the Clinton time in office. So he clearly understands the issues at hand that Iran has been lying for years. And I love how he points out that it's Donald Trump who is causing the distrust between Iran and America. Really? What do you mean that did we actually trust Iran before Donald Trump came in office? I mean, Joe Biden did. Barack Obama did. John Kerry did. The Democrats do because the Democrats are dumb. I mean, honestly. But the Iranians have been lying to the world all this time. These have been provable lies, and this is why Donald Trump has got to do what he's got to do. It is 622 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hans von Spakovsky, lots of drama at the Supreme Court. Going to check in with him coming up at 6:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jones got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, a woman facing charges for assaulting a law enforcement officer. She got into it with them at J. Alexander's restaurant. We'll give you the details coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 622 Contours. Listen, summer is months away, but the work to get that beach bod back begins right now. And my friends at Contours can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours, they are going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it is your belly, your arms, or your legs, whatever problem area you have, they can solve that problem. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results from Contours. Now, real men and real women from Franklin and all across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours and, yes, seeing real results as well. Your beach trip isn't that far away, and neither is Contours. Let them help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get that special introductory price of just $99. Now, remember, you lose 2 inches across the middle or it is free. Call them right now. First 10 callers get that special introductory price of just $99. Here's that phone number to call, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime, ContoursLLC.com. That's ContoursLLC.com. Contours, what do you have to lose but inches? Dan Mandis here. You know, I've seen all kinds of behaviors in my dogs. I bet you have too. If you've got a dog that has some behavioral issues, my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I've heard from all kinds of folks who have called them and said, oh, yeah, they've helped me with my dog. I've gone to speak to some of the people who have had their dogs helped by Ridgeside Canine Nashville. They talk about the amazing things that they have done for their dogs. So if you've got a dog that has aggression issues, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, if you're thinking about sadly getting rid of your dog because of these issues, do yourself a favor, do your dog a favor, and give my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville a chance to help you and your dog, because they have done miracles for dog owners across Middle Tennessee. Now, what I love about Ridgeside Canine Nashville is that they believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. And long-term success with your dog starts with you and Ridgeside Canine Nashville. Now, they've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So this is the company to call. Call them today, 615-878-0380. I do call them the Dog Whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve those behavioral issues. They can help you. 615-878-0380. RSK9Nash.com, the letter K, the number 9. RSK9Nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. 9537 says, hey, Mandis, what exactly is Iran lying about? If they wanted a nuclear weapon, they could just buy or build one. Well, no, I've said that many times. But in answer to your question, what is Iran lying about? Well, they've been lying about the level of their enriched uranium for years. I mean, they've always said, oh, we only want enriched uranium for, commercial purposes, to keep the lights on. But then when the inspectors are able to get in and take a look around, they realize that Iran, instead of being where they said they were at 3 to 5%, they're at 60% enriched uranium, which is getting right up into nuclear weapons territory. So that's number one. And number two, they've also been lying about their missile program as well, because they've traditionally said, oh, well, our missiles, can only go, I don't know how far it is. But in the last couple of months, it turns out their missiles can go a lot farther than they originally said. And those are just two of the lies, just right off the top of my head, that Iran has said. So, yeah, they have been lying about things for a long, long time. That is absolutely provable. So anyway, whatever. You don't have to agree, 9537. If you want to go ahead, 9537, if you want to go ahead and blame Israel for everything, you go right on ahead. I choose to not trust Iran over, Israel, but whatever. Joan, I've got an Israel hater on the super text line.
Oh, boy.
And it's fine. All right, it is 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The U.S. starting a new process to refund some of the tariffs imposed by the Trump administration.
The Trump administration launches a tariff refund site today aimed at reimbursing American companies for the $160 billion, yes, billion dollars they paid in tariffs that the Supreme Court struck down in February. Businesses can request refunds through the online portal, but experts say it's unlikely American consumers will recover any money, but companies like FedEx have promised to refund customers.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin there. This weekend, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney blaming the tariffs for Canada's economic troubles. It's not being called a near miss, but a UPS plane had to abort a landing at Louisville International Airport.
A UPS plane coming in from Atlanta was approaching the runway to land, but was suddenly instructed to do what's called a go-around, basically meaning the crew will abort their landing, gain speed and altitude, and then go around the airport to try another safe landing. It's something pilots are trained to do, but don't have to do often.
That's Channel 4's Amber Jaya. There is an investigation underway into the incident. And a woman is facing charges for allegedly kicking police officers. This happened Friday night after Roxana Guy was asked to leave J. Alexander's restaurant on Whitebridge Pike. Police said that she was intoxicated when she started yelling and using profane language and causing a disturbance in the bar area. Well, when police got there, Guy fought against police who had handcuffed her and started to load her into a police cruiser. She's facing charges that include assault on a law enforcement officer. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, Mark Spain Real Estate. Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, the spring real estate market is in full swing. You can skip the hassle of listing your home on the market and sell your home on your terms with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a strong all-cash offer, and you can close in as few as 21 days. Now, listen to what one of their clients, Caitlin, said. Working with Mark Spain Real Estate was so easy, and they exceeded my expectations, she says. It was a very competitive real estate market, and Mark Spain Real Estate helped us accomplish our goals. Caitlin says, I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners just like Caitlin sell their homes for 30 years, and they've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. So you don't have to worry about the inconvenience of selling your home. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate makes the home selling process seamless and stress-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer on your home would be. There's no obligation. call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
At the airport, 40 westbound, you've got the on-ramp from northbound Briley Parkway East, partially blocked off this morning because of an accident. 40 westbound just past Fessler's Lane. Watch it there in Southside. You've got the right entrance lane partially blocked off by another crash. And in Midtown, Elliston Place at 23rd Avenue North, that also a crash scene. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All kinds of drama at the Supreme Court. Want to welcome on into the program Hans von Spakovsky, senior legal fellow at the Advancing American Freedom. Hans, always great to have you on. So there's a lot going on with SCOTUS, so I want to get into it. Number one, there's been retirement speculation running rampant regarding Samuel Alito possibly stepping down this summer. Now, he is one of the most conservative justices, and no guarantees that Republicans are going to win the midterms or the White House. And so, people are talking about how Alito is painfully aware that if he wants to be replaced by another conservative, he needs to step down. By the way, Alito is 76. Clarence Thomas is 78. Sonia Sotomayor is 72. So what do we know about Alito, and why is it that more people seem to be talking about Alito and not Clarence Thomas, who is 2 years older?
Yeah, I really, Washington has this bad habit of a couple of people speculate, and then they talk to other people, and pretty soon you have this huge rumor going around. There's no basis, really, that I've been able to find for this claim that Alito may retire. I mean, there's no solid evidence that's going to happen at all. I would contrast not just their age, but the fact that Clarence Thomas has been on the court for more than 30 years. Alito's only been on for a little more than 20 years. So he's still got, and let me tell you, 70s, that's young for a judge. There are senior judges all over the country and in lower courts who are serving well into their 80s, and there's a couple even in their low 90s. So there's no reason for him to retire. And let me tell you, we need his voice on the court. But look, the other big thing, as you know, going on is we have something that's never, ever happened, and that is two justices, Sonia Sotomayor and Brown Jackson, giving speeches attacking their colleagues.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
All right, let's get into that, because that was going to be part of my questioning to you. Was you do have Sonia Sotomayor basically said she had to apologize to Justice Kavanaugh, because basically what she said was she criticized him for basically growing up in the suburbs and probably didn't know anyone who works by the hours. She was essentially shaming Kavanaugh for growing up with a silver spoon. Is that normal? Why are these leftist judges trying to take out the conservatives?
No, like I said, we've never had justices on the court personally attacking. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the justices will criticize the legal theories, you know, the kind of debate lawyers have, but we've never had these kind of personal attacks. You also had Brown Jackson complaining about the emergency docket, you know, the orders issued there, calling her colleagues irrational.
Yeah.
She's the one who, you read her opinions are the ones that are irrational and emotionally charged, not based on the law, and yet she's attacking them also. And is it a coincidence that right as she gave that speech, we had another leak at the court about the emergency docket? I suspect that came either from her office or Sonia Sotomayor's office.
Well, they call it a shadow docket. What exactly is her problem with this shadow docket? Like, we've had the Supreme Court for many years, and they've always done this. So why is this all of a sudden now a problem for Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Because they're losing. That's why.
Yeah.
Because you have these irrational federal judges in the lower courts, folks who are just as rational as Brown Jackson, almost all of them appointed by Joe Biden before he left office, and they are issuing opinions that make no sense, or sometimes where they are absolutely violating federal law. And she doesn't like the fact that their cases are being stayed by the Supreme Court.
I don't know. Have we ever seen a conservative justice go after a liberal justice in public? I mean, you said this is more of a fairly recent thing, and it's always been the Democrats going after conservatives. Like, just to be fair, has a Democrat or a Republican ever gone after a liberal judge?
No, I don't recall that happening. And in fact, don't forget that the two of the justices who were at the extreme of the court, Justice Scalia and Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they were the best of friends.
Yeah.
They in fact both loved opera and were famous for going to the opera together in Washington, D.C.
Well, there's been leaks from the Supreme Court, and we saw the leak there during Roe versus Wade when that whole thing was going on. And I mean, there's a lot of people on our side. I'm conservative, you're conservative, but there's a lot of people on our side of the aisle who would say that, the leftists within the court is really just trying to cause problems for the conservatives.
Oh, I think they are. And in fact, Molly Hemingway's got a new book out. And one of the incidents that she describes in the book is Justice Kagan, another liberal on the court, screaming at Justice Stevens, who was still on the court, in his office, trying to stop him from circulating his dissent in the Dobbs case, right? The abortion case, because they wanted to delay the decision coming out. This despite the fact that the security threats against the conservative justices, particularly Alito, after that leak, had gone way up. And in fact, a guy was arrested who was going to assassinate Kavanaugh.
It's insanity. And, the Democrats have often, talked about their desire to run around and break things. Remember that whole line from a few years ago? And it seems like they're wanting to do that within the Supreme Court. And it's really sad. Ketanji Brown Jackson, I don't want to go backwards too much, but you and I have spoken about before, Hans von Spakovsky, that even some of the liberal judges have taken out Brown Jackson for her rather just nonsensical writings on the court.
No, that's right. In fact, we had a decision just 2 or 3 weeks ago that was 8-1. 8-1 in a First Amendment case. This was the case out of Colorado that basically told counselors they could only give one particular viewpoint, the government's viewpoint, when it came to transgenderism and homosexuality, etc. Even Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan recognized that that was a violation of the First Amendment, but Brown Jackson thought, there's nothing wrong with the government telling these guidance counselors what they can say.
Amazing. 645 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. More with Hans von Spakovsky coming up. 15 seconds for traffic on WTN. Right now, looking like, well, today, nice with sunshine and a high of 70. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Hans, let's get into some very specific issues. Right now, I think one of the most important is birthright citizenship. A lot of folks say the justices are skeptical of the Trump administration's arguments here to justifying restricting this policy. What say you?
Well, that's what people are saying based on some of the questioning. I would hope that, I mean, look, again, the 3 liberal justices, we know exactly how they'll vote. They don't care about the history of the 14th Amendment. I would hope the conservatives would actually take a deeper look at what the sponsors of that amendment were talking about when they passed it. And if you do that, it's pretty clear they were not recognizing birthright citizenship. I don't know if they will reach that. I do think right now it's probably a 50-50 shot at the government winning, and that's probably the best odds they've got.
I was going to say 50-50 is pretty positive based on what I've been reading, so appreciate that. There's a big issue happening, Hans, in Virginia right now. It's kind of a state issue, but I'm interested in your opinion on this, where there is a referendum, just to catch folks up, there is a referendum in Virginia that would give the Democrat-run General Assembly the authority to redraw congressional districts mid-decade, of course, gerrymandering. Right now in Virginia, you have 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans that represent Virginia in the House of Representatives. If Democrats get their way, Virginia would be gerrymandered into a 10-1 state with only 1 safe Republican House seat and 10 Democrat districts. Now, this referendum, I guess, Hans, is tomorrow. Democrats won a similar referendum in California. So how worried are you? Because, I mean, bottom line me on this, if you would, sir. If the Democrats get their way in Virginia, I mean, the Republicans are going to lose the House of Representatives.
Well, that's true. And the last poll I showed that it was about a 2% difference. And the people saying, yeah, we should do what the Democrats want us to do, were ahead. But let me tell you, this whole election, that is the only thing on the ballot. That is it. And I know folks who work elections, and they're telling me the turnout is really, really high for this. So I got to tell you, I don't know what's going to happen. What's so ironic about this is that the current congressional plan is the result. It was drawn up not by the legislature, but by an independent redistricting commission that the Democrats put in the last time they were in control, and now they're trying to overturn their own idea of an independent redistricting commission and basically disenfranchise the 45% of the Republicans who are in this state.
You know, this is, and Hans, you and I have spoken about gerrymandering before. So when you look at, because we've seen this happen in, of course, California, Texas has done some as well. When you take into account, and you may not have all the math in front of you, and I apologize if you don't, but, you know, you take into account all of the gerrymandering that's happened heading into 2028, is there a way to tell which side, let's just assume that in Virginia, the worst is going to happen for conservatives. Is there a scorecard? Is there, if you're keeping score, who's going to win the gerrymandering battle heading into the midterm elections?
Well, I'm afraid the Democrats may win if they win in Virginia. The thing is, in many ways it's going to be a temporary win. The reason being, remember, we got a census coming up in 2030, and what's been happening all over the country? People are moving out of the blue states and heading into red states. They're heading to places like Texas and Florida. So the number of members of the U.S. House that place people are that the redistricting has occurred, like in California, Virginia, they're going to lose members of the House, and that's also going to affect the Electoral College because high tax, high regulatory states, they're all going to lose representation after the next census and after apportionment.
And then the worry is if you have the House and the Senate, they ultimately end up trying to, bring in all of their, non-voter ID laws. Of course, President Trump will still be in office, but, you may have, the worst case scenario for the Republicans would be, let's just say the Democrats get the House and the Senate, and then, Lord help us, if the Republicans lose the White House in 2028, and if the Democrats retain power in the Senate and the House of Representatives, then theoretically speaking, they could put a lot of these policies in.
That's right. In fact, what they would do is they'd pull out of their archives H.R. 1. When Nancy Pelosi was in charge, that was an 800 bill to have the feds completely take over running elections, and every bad thing you can possibly imagine was in that bill because it was intended to rig elections permanently, like banning all voter ID laws across the country.
All right, Hans, always great to have you on, even though the news isn't always great news. But, Hans, always appreciate having you on Nashville's Morning News, and you have a great rest of week. It is 6:51 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news at 7 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, are peace talks in jeopardy? What to expect after the U.S. fires on and boards an Iranian tanker? Also, President Trump taking cues from Joe Rogan, perhaps. We've got those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:52 on Super Talk 99.7. Want to tell you about my friends at the Glock Store. I want to tell you about a great event that is coming up. It is going to be on Saturday, May 30th. It is the Glock Store's open house, and I've been to at least 4 or 5 of these things, if I'm not mistaken. But these are great events. So if you need some ammo, if you want to bling out your gun, if you need a new gun, if you need some training, if you want to check out all of the latest and greatest accessories for your gun, you've got to come to the open house with the Glock Store Saturday, May 30th. They've also got great raffles going on as well, so you can possibly win all kinds of great ammo and gear and guns as well with their raffles. They've also got great speakers. I'm going to be there as well if you want to come say hello to me. Chris Hand's going to be there as well as Matt Murphy. All 3 of us are going to be there Saturday, May 30th, food trucks as well. So check them out. Always love the Glock Store. Find them online anytime. Shoot270.com and Glockstore.com. .652 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 615-737-9986 615-737 WWTN. And coming up, Joan, I don't know if you know, we got a lot of news going on with Iran. We'll continue to cover that. And by the way, a lot of great comments as well on the Super Text line as well. We will review some of those. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Did you see what she posted on the socials, Joan?
I've heard about it, yeah.
Basically, it was a post saying, you know what, you want to come to Tennessee? Check your blue state policies at the door. And, oh, my Lord, people are just freaking out. It's like they're taking her literally. And we're gonna talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. DT McCall's. Now, if you need a lawnmower, DT McCall's has a great deal waiting for you. It is their ultimate lawnmower sale happening right now at their Lafayette location featuring Cub Cadet mowers. That's right. Now, you can save big time with once-a-year sale prices and 0% financing as well. That is going on right now at DT McCall's. You know, they are one of the largest Cub Cadet dealers in America and the South. And right now, they've got that ultimate sale going on at their Lafayette location. And that does continue this week. They've got all sizes. They've got all styles as well. Ride-ons, push mowers, and great prices. The sale, again, going on right now, and it is going to go through this week. It ends on the 25th. They do it every year to save you money. Again, you can save big time, once-a-year sale prices, 0% financing opportunities as well at DT McCall's. It is their great lawnmower sale going on right now at their Lafayette location. Check out their Cub Cadet lawnmower sale, DT McCall's Lafayette location, online anytime. Information, dtmccalls.com. That's dtmccalls.com. .56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is indeed open, 615-737-9996, 615-737-WWTN. All right, real quick, I want to play this audio. And they're talking about gerrymandering on, I guess this is Face the Nation. And the Democrats are trying to justify what they're doing in Virginia. And I mean, I find this very funny. This is Eric Holder. Of course, you know he was from the Obama administration. Listen to this. I've got video, gentlemen, if we could, on Face the Nation.
Historically, the president's party doesn't usually do well in the midterm races. So why do Democrats need to do this? I mean, it sounds like it's acknowledging that the Democratic Party can't win on its own, that it has to go through these measures.
Fact check true, actually. The Democrats are in big trouble. You know, you look at the things that the Democrats are passionate about. You know, it's so bizarre, too, isn't it, Joan? The things that the Democrats are passionate about, you know, men in women's bathrooms. Sports teams and so forth. I mean, the Democrats just, you know, they really get passionate about bizarre things, protecting illegal aliens.
Drag shows for kids.
Drag shows for kids. That's another one.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Through these measures.
The Democrats can certainly win if it's a fair fight. And the question I have...
It wasn't going to be a fair fight in Virginia?
No, it wasn't going to be a fair fight nationally.
Listen to how he tries to justify this. because this is like pretzel logic if I've ever heard it from Eric Holder.
Isn't going to be a fair fight in Virginia?
No, it wasn't going to be a fair fight nationally if you try to steal seats in Texas, in North Carolina, and in Missouri. And so the question I have for people who are critical of that which we're doing is, what were we supposed to do? Nothing? Just allow them to try to stack the deck, to try to steal seats? And all we're trying to do is meet them and try to make the system as fair as it possibly can be. And that's all that this is about.
So, and one other thing, and people are, I don't know why the Democrats are bringing up January 6th in this discussion. Now, the reality is that Donald Trump called for mid-decade gerrymandering or redistricting as well. So this has really been, a fight. The Democrats have been gerrymandering for years, and so have the Republicans. Unfortunately, if this ultimately does pass in Virginia, then it is going to be a tough road for the Republicans heading into the midterm elections. We'll continue to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is coming up to 7 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Trouble in the Strait of Hormuz, which could jeopardize U.S. peace talks with Iran. U.S. negotiators are set to arrive in Pakistan for those talks today.
The White House announcing a high-level U.S. delegation will attend. But Iran last night said it would reject a new round of talks because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump telling ABC's Jonathan Karl a peace deal will get done one way or another, the nice way or the hard way. It's going to happen. You can quote me.
ABC's Hannah Battah reporting the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged ship in the Gulf of Oman. U.S. forces boarding that ship after blowing a hole in the ship's engine room, according to President Trump. The U.S. said that ship was a frequent visitor to Chinese ports and was known for illicit ship-to-ship transfers. Tsunami warnings are up along Japan's northeastern coast after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck early this morning. The U.S. tsunami warning system, however, said a destructive Pacific-wide tsunami was not expected and there was no threat to Hawaii. Police have identified the suspect in yesterday's mass shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana, as a 31-year-old father with a history of mental health problems.
Investigators say Shamar Elkins shot 8 children, 7 of them his own, execution style, before leading police on a chase that ended in his own death, an act of family violence taken to the extreme. Louisiana State Senator Sam Jenkins says that in the next legislative session,
I just really hope that we began to look at domestic violence as a part of that package.
The New York Times reports that Elkins had told family members earlier this month that he was having dark thoughts and wanted to take his own life. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Here in Tennessee, lawmakers are moving to require Governor Bill Lee to reconsider rejecting $84 million in federal food aid for kids this summer. Tennessee is one of 13 states that does not seek those funds. Instead, the Lee administration plans to continue a smaller scale program from last year that targets 18,000 of the most needy kids. So far, a bill that would reverse that decision has the support of more than 30 lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. And President Trump signing an executive order Saturday that focuses on speeding up research and approval on psychedelic-based therapies for conditions such as PTSD, depression, and addiction. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary.
We have lost more veterans after the Iraq and the Afghan wars than during those wars to suicide and to mental illness. We lose 6,000 veterans a year. So for many of these veterans, the wars on the ground are over, but our men and women are still dying.
Podcaster Joe Rogan said he single-handedly sparked the effort by sending a text to President Trump about how psychedelics can help, especially veterans. Rogan said the president responded, quote, "Let's do it." Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are down right now, 261 points. Oil is trading up about 4% this morning. It's at $88 a barrel. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
7:05 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. I don't know, Joan, if you happen to be there.
I am.
I'd like to apologize to the people that are stuck in traffic and had no traffic report there.
Dan, I think she ate some of my candy. I'm worried for her.
Is that what it is? Joan, you want to go ahead and do the traffic report now?
Oh, all right. So there are actually a couple things that are going on. 40 westbound, the on-ramp from southbound Briley Parkway. The on-ramp is blocked off. That's right there at the airport, and it's because of a crash. You've got a crash in Avondale on West Trinity Lane, westbound at I-65 with the left lane blocked off there. Westbound on 40 at Fessler's Lane, they've been working this accident scene. The right entrance lane partially blocked off by it. Murfreesboro Pike at Morris Gentry Boulevard, there's a crash. And then on 40 eastbound in the Capitol View area, a crash at Church Street. So there you go. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Or when Joan's not on her phone.
I was on my phone, wasn't I?
You sure were.
You know, okay, you ready? Here's the problem.
Okay.
I'm wearing headphones today because I left my earbuds at home, and I hate earphones.
Oh.
So I took them off, and I wasn't able to hear that, the cue that I've got to work now.
Sure, Joan.
Sorry.
No, but tell that to the people stuck in traffic, Joan.
I'm sorry. I really am.
Anyway, so there have been a lot going on, certainly with the situation with Iran. And, pretty crazy, as we've been talking about. Friday, the world was celebrating that Iran had announced the strait was open, oil was flowing, and negotiations were going to take place over the weekend. Now, on this Monday morning.
Motor Vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
We blew a hole in their engine room. This was, and we knew that Iran was going to do this. We knew that Iran was going to try and challenge our blockade. And, well, they messed around and found out, as a matter of fact.
Don't you love that they knew exactly where the engine room was on that big, long ship?
That's awesome.
And they were able to, fire something right into the engine room?
Mm-hmm. I do. And now we've taken over not one, but two of their ships. There's been dramatic video that has now been released by CENTCOM that shows our troops not only firing at the Iranian-flagged Tuska, but also boarding their ship. Now, before you hear or listen to a lot of the hand-wringing on the left about how we're just indiscriminately firing upon these boats, number one, we had warned them for 6 hours that they were violating this blockade. And I think this was the Iranians just basically telling America, you know what? You go right on ahead. They're challenging us. That's what they're doing. And so don't forget, and we've been reporting all of this all morning long, so if you're just joining us, the Iranians have fired upon a couple of ships as well. Where were they from, Joan? Remind me where those ships were from? The Iranians, where were they from? It wasn't Dubai. We'll figure it out.
You don't remember.
Well, the Iranians have been shooting at other ships, too. India, that's right. Thank you. Indian ships. So now you have, and India, of course, had to turn back. So if you're worried that Iran is, they're the victims here, they're really not, because we're giving them what they have been doing. So as far as the Tuska goes, we told them for 6 hours, you've got to turn around. They refused. We ended up destroying their engine room. Officials claim the ship had attempted to push through the blockade despite repeated warnings. Marines have now seized the ship after it has been disabled. President Donald Trump touted the operation on Truth Social ahead of crucial negotiations between U.S. and Iranian representatives in Pakistan on Monday, which is today. You got J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance and also Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner heading out to Pakistan. Iran, by the way, and Joan's watching this in the newsroom, Iran isn't even saying that they're going to show up. Iran is basically saying, oh, yeah, you know what, we may or we may not show up to those negotiations. By the way, Iran also has responded to our U.S. military action. They're calling it armed piracy while vowing to retaliate. We keep hearing that Iran is going to retaliate. They haven't really done anything yet. I mean, we've been looking out for their mines, but as far as I know, there's not been, and we had mines all over the place on Friday through the Strait of Hormuz. Not one mine has taken down a ship as of yet. So that's number one. And number two, we've also not seen Iran do anything with those speedboats trying to take out our ships with speedboats. That has not happened either. And I think that they know how that would turn out for them. So, you know, when Iran, they're vowing to retaliate and they say all of the things that they do, you know, I think that sounds anyway like they're a bit, paper tigerish, to be perfectly honest. The U.S. military began blockading all vessels attempting to leave or enter ports, Iranian ports or the Iranian coastline, including the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, back on April 17th. Now, a few things that you need to know. The official ceasefire, because remember that was about a week ago that the ceasefire was put into place. That ceasefire is due to end on Wednesday. So now the question is, will Donald Trump actually extend the ceasefire? Now, today is another day where the president is saying that he is going to take out the Iranian bridges and also the Iranian power supply as well. So that's going to be, if this is something the president ultimately does end up doing, well, then that will be a huge issue for the people of Iran. And the president has been trying to keep the people of Iran on our side if he ultimately ends up taking out their power supply. And it does, if it impacts the people regarding either the power supply or the bridges, then that could turn the Iranian people away from supporting America. So anyway, in case you're keeping score, Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz. We blocked the Strait of Hormuz, including Iranian ports and ships. Then we opened the Strait of Hormuz, except for the Iranian ports and ships. Then Iran felt the financial pressure. They announced that it was open, only for them to become closed again because they were angry that we had not opened their ports and we had not allowed their ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And so they decided to close everything again. Now, it is my opinion that what we should do is we should just start, as Donald Trump said in a true social post, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We're just going to start, taking out their power supply and their bridges. And I do understand that. It is my opinion that what we should actually be doing is, if there are ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are taking out or closing the Strait of Hormuz, you know what we need to do? We need to sink those ships. That's what we need to do. Or we need to take over those ships. We need to stop p-footing around. And if there are military ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are taking out, or like even Strait of Hormuz adjacent, that is closing the Strait of Hormuz and not allowing ships in, we need to just take them out. That's what we need to do. And you know what the thing is? I'm not even ashamed to say it's for the oil. I'm not even ashamed to say that. Because here's the deal, is that if Iran is going to try to destroy the world's economy by trying to take out literally the world's oil supply, because when you block the Strait of Hormuz, then you're impacting not only your oil, but also oil that is produced in other parts of the region as well. Well, then you just take them out. That's all you got to do. Take them out. Either you sink it or you take it over. I mean, we clearly have proven that we can do that because we have taken over not one, but two Iranian ships. So let's start doing that en masse and doing whatever we need to do because, and as Donald Trump said, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now, he was talking about the power plants in Iran. He was also talking about the bridges. We do need to talk about their ships. Now, there's a couple of other things going on. Going to get to it. 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, nice today, sunshine, and a high of 70. By the way, 7:35, we are going to talk about, oh my goodness gracious, the hand-wringing over a post by Senator Marsha Blackburn, where she basically said, you know what, you want to come to Tennessee, please come to Tennessee, but check your blue state politics at the door if you are coming into our great state. And I'm going to play you some absolutely breathless audio of reporters and people on the left who actually believe that somehow, if she ends up to be governor, that Marsha Blackburn is going to create some sort of executive order or work with the state legislature to literally force people to abandon their politics. That is how they are taking Marsha Blackburn so incredibly literally. I've got that story because I find this story kind of funny. I do. I find this story kind of funny. We'll talk about that coming up here on Nashville's Morning News. Now, this is a report from Fox News. It was yesterday talking about how the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports does continue as they continue to have the entire Strait of Hormuz closed.
For the first time during this operation, U.S. service members went on board. He said in a post, in part, our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. That's very crucial. U.S. service members on an Iranian ship. All this comes as talks are planned for Islamabad starting Tuesday between the U.S. and Iran, just ahead of the current ceasefire running out midweek. Now we're hearing from Iran as well, referencing the U.S. naval blockade and the rhetoric coming from the White House, indicating they might not even take part in the talks, or at least they still haven't decided. One state news agency blaming, I'm quoting here, Washington's excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, constant shifts in stance, repeated contradictions, and the ongoing naval blockade, which it considers a breach of the ceasefire.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, for me, it just seems like this is, how would you say? I feel like this is becoming way too complicated when clearly the issue is if Iran is going to start shooting at ships from places like India, well, then we reserve the right to take out their ships as well in whatever way we need to. I'm not saying we want to sink their ships, but it's really easy, and we have proven it, that we can take out their engines. We know exactly where their engine rooms are. And for me, it just seems like this is something that we really do need to do because this is taking far too long. Now, do I believe that Iran is winning the war? No, I don't believe that Iran is winning the war, not by a long shot. But we should also just take the bull by the horns and just get this done. CNN is reporting that J.D. Vance and others are going to travel to Pakistan again today. I don't even know. Joan, have we heard if Iran is going to take part in these negotiations?
The latest that I've seen from the Wall Street Journal says that Iran is still saying that they're not sure if they'll show up, which is so typical.
Do you know
Iran,
what, Joan?
Right?
I hear that Pakistan is beautiful this time of year.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, if they want to go and hang out in Pakistan for a while, and that's what they're going to need to do, then I guess that's what they're going to have to do. But listen, here's the deal: if they decide not to show up, then that is on them, and then whatever happens to them, it's going to happen to them.
Oh, here we go. Something new.
Mm-hmm.
Mohammad Reza, I can't even say the rest of the name, the head of the Parliamentary Commission in Iran, has published a set of proposed measures for managing the Strait of Hormuz, according to Iran's news agency, which is linked to the Revolutionary Guard. The points outlined a detailed framework governing the transit through the vital waterway, including restrictions, fees, and enforcement mechanisms. That'll never fly.
No.
The committee has little authority over security matters, but its proposals floated a trial balloon after Iran sought to emphasize its control over the strait over the weekend. A complete ban on the passage of any vessel or cargo linked to Israel. Prohibition of vessels from countries deemed hostile, as defined by Iran's Supreme National Security Council.
Okay.
a ban on any vessel or cargo belonging to countries engaged in hostile actions against what is described as the resistance front. Gee, that would be like the United States.
Yeah.
I don't think any of this is going to fly.
No, of course not.
They're going to bring some bad stuff to this meeting and say, "Oh, look, the U.S. wouldn't agree to this."
Yeah, my 2 cents on this: blow them out of the water.
Yeah.
Like I hate to. I know that it's not that simple, but the more that Iran does this, then the more we are justified in doing whatever it is that we need to do. Iran's not in the right on this, folks. I mean, they clearly are not. And this is something, we could talk about. And I have spoken, I did a whole segment on this earlier, the truthfulness of Iran, the fact that they have lied at every turn when it comes to their nuclear weapons program, among many other things. 60 Minutes even did a whole thing on it last night about how Iran has lied about their nuclear program, not just in the past year or two. They've been lying about it for years. And now here we are. They are on the cusp of having a nuclear weapon. And that simply cannot happen. And Donald Trump understands that. And hopefully you understand that as well. Do I have a lot of concerns about what is going on? Yeah, I do. But I just feel like we could end this pretty quickly. If we really, truly wanted to, we could end this pretty quickly. Now, Donald Trump wants to be diplomatic, and I totally get that. Let's have the negotiations. Let's do what we can to, try to help Iran see the error of their ways, and we can help Iran, really become legit. And they could become a powerful force, even more of a powerful force in the Middle East, just by becoming legit and taking advantage of their ability to sell oil. Why would you not do that? Well, because their government, the Islamic Republic, and they don't fear death. They don't respect their people. They don't care if their people are alive or dead. And the only thing that they care about is to be able to kill as many Israelis and as many Americans as they possibly can. The only thing that they care about is being able to fund terrorism across the region. That is what their ultimate goal is. And when you don't fear death, and when you don't care about your people and you don't care about polling, then that is ultimately what they do care about. And so, I read some articles over the weekend. Oh my gosh, why does Donald Trump use such language?
Just stop.
Well, the reason why Donald Trump uses the kind of language that he does is because he's matching Iran's energy, as the young kids will say. I mean, if they're constantly threatening us, well then, hey, guess what? We can do the same darn thing. And I think it's about time that we start acting out on some of those threats if Iran continues to do what they're doing. It is 7:24. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, and coming up here, the president has some... he took his cues from Joe Rogan. That was actually in the last newscast. Also, a cruise ship has just rescued a guy that was stranded at sea. We've got his story. They rescued him and his cat. That story is coming up here.
Do we know how where did he... I heard you do that in the last newscast, Joan. Fascinating story.
Yeah, he's out in the Gulf of America just kind of floating around, and he got rescued. Crazy. It's coming up here at 7:30.
Okay. I'm gonna try. Let's see if we can figure out together by 8:35, Joan, how the dude ended up in the water.
Okay, let's do that.
Very good.
All right, it's coming up.
All right. Dan Mandis here, looking for TRT that is flexible enough for your lifestyle. Head on over to Low T Center, the #1 name in TRT. You can choose testosterone shots, pills, or enclomiphene that boosting testosterone without affecting fertility. Now, you can get your treatment in the clinic or have your testosterone shipped right to your door. You can even choose self-pay or insurance coverage for the payment option that works best for you. Low T Center is looking out for you, and right now at the Low T Center, they're offering new treatment options, including PT-141, an FDA-approved libido-boosting peptide, new antioxidants, GLP-1 pills, and a whole lot more. So you can boost energy, you can lose weight, you can increase your confidence with the Low T Center. If you'd like to explore treatments that work with your lifestyle and your budget, book your free T-test right now. The website, fixmylowt.com. That is fixmylowt.com. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Fixmylowt.com. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, when I first arrived in Middle Tennessee, man, was I riddled with chronic back and neck pain. Luckily, I went to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I heard a commercial just like this one, as a matter of fact, and they helped me. They helped fix me right up. They can do the same thing for you. If you have back or neck pain, sciatica, slip or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can all be a past memory. They can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, they've got all kinds of different technologies that can help you as you try to get to a pain-free life. They've got robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. By the way, right now they've got a great deal. Again, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com is the website. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression, 615-246-5009. You can call it the Dan Deal. Painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. .729 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you? Welcome to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so I'm going to talk about this coming up. I'm going to talk about Senator Marsha Blackburn. Apparently the left, and their totally and completely illogical thinking, believe that if Senator Blackburn becomes governor, somehow she and our conservative state legislature will decide that we are going to outlaw opposing political opinions. I can't wait to play this audio for you. It is all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are in question this morning after an incident on the Strait of Hormuz.
President Trump on social media Sunday saying the U.S. forcibly seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the strait that tried to pass a naval blockade. Iran has yet to respond. The president also announcing his representatives will be heading to Islamabad, Pakistan for another round of peace talks on Monday, adding attacks on Iran may continue if an agreement is not reached by Wednesday when the ceasefire between the two countries expires.
That's ABC's Selena Wang. The ship seizure comes after Iran fired on 2 ships from India, both of which had claimed Iran gave them clearance before firing on them. The Renaissance Festival returns to Castle Park in Arrington for its 40th year. News 2's Kenley Hargett tells us that it all starts on May 2nd. It'll continue for 5 straight weekends.
Organizers have chosen a different theme for each weekend, including Nordic invasion and echoes of Olympus. This year's festival will also mark the debut of a new entertainment venue. Parking is free. Guests are encouraged to bring cash since most vendors have limited connectivity for digital payments.
The sword fights return this year. Queen Elizabeth I is also making a comeback. And a cruise ship out of Galveston, Texas, came across a stranded sailor and his cat in the Gulf of America not long after that ship launched. Passenger Aaron Myers.
Crazy, wild, fun, because we were able to successfully rescue them. I think that, the vibe on board would have been a lot different if it wasn't successful.
Yeah, but it was. Carnival Cruise Line said the sailor didn't appear to be injured. After the rescue, the cruise just resumed its scheduled itinerary, and I have some more information about it.
Yes.
Dan, they said that the sailor had sent up some flares to alert the cruise ship that they were there. He'd been floating around for a few days. His engine failed, and so he was out in the middle of the Gulf of America. This cruise ship was traveling from Galveston to Mexico when they just kind of spotted him.
Do you know who's really happy that this dude got rescued?
Who's it? The cat.
The cat?
Yeah.
Because I think the cat was going to be dinner if they didn't get rescued.
Wouldn't be long. So apparently, no, they don't say anything about him having been taken off the cruise ship. So he was being treated, on board the ship. So maybe he got a free ride to Mexico.
Yeah. Then what did he do with him? I still want to know how he ended up in the middle of the Gulf of America. Like, did his ship, I mean, he must have had a little boat or something.
Yeah, he was on I think it was a sailboat, and the engine failed. So he was just floating around for a couple of days.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Did he not have a phone? Did they not have? I've never been on a sailboat, but don't they have like phones and stuff?
But if you get out of the international waterway, I think phones really aren't useful.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
Well, glad they rescued him.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, I guess my question would be, okay, so if you're going to ask me, this way I'm going to sound a little uppity.
Mm-hmm.
Would I rather be on a Carnival cruise or stuck in the middle of the ocean with my cat?
Yeah.
I think I'd rather be in the ocean with my cat.
Stop it. It's actually one of the nicest stories about a Carnival cruise that I've heard in a while.
Yeah, All right, moving right along.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
All right, USS, United Structural Systems. Dan Mandis here. Now, listen, they are your local experts for all things waterproofing. Now, they can help you with not only waterproofing, but also concrete leveling and foundation repair. They've been trusted in Tennessee since 1994. Now, this is why I love USS, United Structural Systems. I started using them when I came to town about 12 years ago, as a matter of fact. Now, they've been serving homeowners across Tennessee for over 30 years. More than 30,000 local homeowners have trusted USS, United Structural Systems. Now, that experience means that they've seen every type of problem that our homes face. Now, they know how to read those signs, and they know how to act upon those signs. So if they see, I don't know, they come to your house and they see some foundation settlement, basement water intrusion, crawl space moisture issues, and a whole lot more, well, they can not only read those signs, but they know what to do to fix your home. Now, these are engineered solutions that are going to last. You want to call them at 615-488-7855. Book your free home inspection at USSTN.com, 615-488-7855. I've had them out to my house many times. They know exactly how your home is going to react with Tennessee soil, Tennessee weather, and Tennessee issues. So you want to call them, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. 7:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at the Generator Super Center. Dan Mandis here, and you know how many ways we can lose power, right? Ice, storms, snow, tornadoes, but there's one surefire way to get that power right back on, a backup generator from the Generator Super Center. Now, these folks are amazing. The Generator Super Center is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. They feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So if you've been talking to your family about a backup home standby generator, talk to the pros at Generator Super Center. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power in your home turns right back on thanks to your backup generator. So this is the company that you want to call. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. They will never leave you in the dark. Financing is available. And yes, they are waiting for your call. Find them online anytime. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. That's Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
So we have a lane block this morning on Concord Road westbound at Arrowhead Drive. There's a crash reported there. Eastbound on 24 in Whites Creek, the crash has the left lane blocked off at Clay Lick Road overpass. And then 65 south in Brentwood, just before Concord Road, you've got the right shoulder blocked by a crash. Antioch on Murfreesboro Pike, north of Pinhook Road, watch out for a crash. That one involves some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn is drawing both support and criticism after her social media post said people moving to Tennessee should leave blue state policies behind. What is the problem with this? Like, people on the left are so hyperventilating about this, and I really don't understand. What is most people, when we talk about how there's a lot of people that are moving to Tennessee, we always say, leave the politics of your old state behind if you're coming from one of these places like Maryland, Joan.
I came here
or
because
California.
My politics matched better here.
Or California, Mandis, right? I'm just, listen, because you know the comments are coming in the super text line.
Oh, yeah.
Joan came from Maryland. Mandis came from California. In fairness to me, I had a lot of states in between. But now listen to this. The Republican senator who is running for Tennessee governor wrote this week, people are in pursuit of affordability. That's why they're flocking to Tennessee. In Tennessee, we welcome new families and businesses as long as they check the blue state policies at the state line. The post has gained traction online, sparking debate over whether limiting... Now, okay, so listen to this. The post has gained traction online, sparking debate over whether limiting newcomers based on political beliefs could impact the state's continued growth. So the way that sentence is constructed, it's like they think that she is actually, as governor, going to tell people whether or not they're allowed to move to the state of Tennessee based on their political beliefs. I mean, that is insanity. And I don't know exactly like what it is that they're saying. This, by the way, I believe this is from Fox 17. The post has gained traction online, sparking debate over whether limiting newcomers based on political beliefs could impact the state's continued growth. I mean, Joan, am I overreacting to this, or does it actually sound like they're taking it seriously that we should, as a form of policy, limit the people that come into our country, into our state, based on political beliefs?
Yeah. This is the equivalent of when President Trump said, look for 88,000 emails or votes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
When President Trump said that there were hamburgers stacked to the moon.
Yes,
for
yes.
the football players. Like, they take everything that is said.
Literally, and
then, game it out from there.
So
they're ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. So, number one, people who are complaining about this, again, are making it seem like the senator is saying that we will actually have some sort of a political litmus test that would somehow magically determine whether someone is allowed to move here, which is just silly. I mean, honestly, it'd be kind of nice.
It would be.
Well, say, okay, I want to make sure I'm not the only one thinking it.
You're not. Trust me, you're not.
So Fox 17, of course, hit the streets. Here's what they said.
Ashley Manson has lived here her whole life.
The biggest concerns that I have are the affordability of just going to the grocery store right now or even getting gas. Housing is horrible.
Right. So every city is dealing with the same thing. But you know what my question is? And I honestly, honest to goodness, I would ask this woman. So we all know about the Tennessee Promise. And I don't mean to overdo the conversation about the Tennessee Promise, but if she's lived here her entire life, and listen, I know the struggle is real. Totally get it. The struggle is real. But if you've lived here your entire life, then you can take advantage of the Tennessee Promise. And you can go and you can, for free, you can go and learn a trade. And that will help you in being able to afford the grocery store, maybe afford to, get a better apartment, whatever it is. And I don't know, I'm not speaking about this woman because I don't know who she is or what her struggle is. But I hear so many people complaining, and I get it. Again, the struggle is real. I get it. But there are ways to improve your situation. And I would ask the question, instead of people constantly complaining about it, what are you doing about it? What are you doing to improve your situation? I'm not discounting the problems. Problems are real. They're not going away anytime soon. Things are really expensive, and I totally get that. But can I ask this question too? Like, under Joe Biden, things were actually a lot worse, right? Gas was over $5 a gallon. Inflation at one point was way up over like 9%. So suddenly, now the Democrats are saying that there is an affordability crisis when before, when it was a Democrat president, not much was really said by the Democrats other than, hey, it could be worse. Look at Europe. Remember that play by the Democrats? Here's more from Fox 17.
Melanie Johnson just moved to the Music City less than a year ago from California.
Senator Marsha Blackburn, she's saying people are in pursuit of affordability and that's why they're flocking to Tennessee. Does that reflect with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Despite differing views on affordability, both Johnson and Manson don't believe politics should play a role in growth. Brandon Putbreeze is the spokesperson for the Tennessee Democrat state senators.
Do you believe that if business owners and people who are Democrats don't come to this state, it will further hurt the job and economic growth in Tennessee?
Yes, absolutely.
He points to U.S. Bureau of Labor statistics. It shows job growth slowing down. From 2023 to 2024, Tennessee added 7,300 new jobs in comparison to 1,400 jobs the following year.
But wait, okay, hold on.
He points to U.S. Bureau of Labor statistics. It shows job growth slowing down. From 2023 to 2024, Tennessee added 7,300 new jobs in comparison to 1,400 jobs the following year.
So I don't know where they get, and Joan, you used to work at the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
So, but where do they get these stats?
Yeah.
Because Tennessee added tens of thousands of jobs from 2023 to 2024. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, from what I can tell, Tennessee added 58,000 jobs in 2023, 45,000 jobs in 2024. Now, it just depends on how you look at the data, how you measure the data. For example, some data points will show that in 2024, only 7,300 jobs were added, but it just depends on the benchmarks they are using and how the data is measured. So this dude from the spokesperson for the Democrats in the state of Tennessee, like he's using a number that I just don't understand where he's getting this number. Like I don't know. So
well,
then,
as we know, it doesn't always have to be based in reality or in truth.
Well, that's exactly right.
It just doesn't.
By the way, then they reach out to Tennessee State Representative Johnny Garrett, who's running to replace John Rose in the House of Representatives, and his reaction is the same as mine.
How do you explain those numbers as equaling economic growth?
Well, for one, I can't explain anything to Democrats and what numbers they are actually looking upon because they're not real.
He referenced the state's data showing more than 34,000 jobs added in 2025. Garrett believes Democrats' policies such as big government will bring what he calls Tennessee's success down. Putt Breeze disputes that. I tried to reach out to Senator Blackburn several times, but did not get a response.
So I don't know. I think they are way overthinking a simple post by Marsha Blackburn. I've got a little bit more on this straight ahead. It is 7:46. Time to check the roads on WTN. Nice today, sunshine, high of 70 degrees. All right, so they're on Fox 17. They are quoting this Brandon Putt Breeze, the press secretary for the Tennessee Senate Democrats. Now, this is straight from the story, okay? Putt Breeze says limiting who comes to Tennessee could hurt job and economic growth. Again, they're treating this like this was some sort of a mandate or executive order by Marsha Blackburn. Here's his quote. When jobs are created, it's not a Democrat job. It's not a Republican job. People in Tennessee want a good job with good health care and good benefits. And if there are business owners, innovators, entrepreneurs who want to come to Tennessee because they think this is a good market to grow their business, here's what he says. Brandon Putt Breeze, I don't care what their political stripes are, he says. Really? Does that include Elon Musk? Because it seems to me that the Democrats lost their ever-loving minds when Elon announced that he was doing business in the state of Tennessee. Whether we're talking about the Music City Loop or the AI technological facilities out there in Memphis, the Democrats have done everything that they can possibly do to stop Elon Musk from coming to the state of Tennessee. Here's the other thing. Tennessee did gain jobs in 2025, something like 24,000 jobs. I guess they're still counting. But at one point, we had added 34,000 jobs in year-over-year growth. So we've done a good job, especially when you compare us to other markets and other cities. We've done a good job of recruiting businesses to come to the state of Tennessee. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not facing some headwinds. That doesn't mean that we're not facing an affordability crisis that the Democrats are talking about. It is really expensive. Homes have been staying on the market longer. Rent has been going down. We've talked about both of those on Nashville's Morning News. But, if the Democrats want to hang their hats on employment, do you know that our unemployment rate is lower than the national average? That's right. The unemployment rate of the United States, 4.4%. Tennessee at 3.6%. So we have created a state that people want to move to, including businesses. So that is coming into play. But, I would much rather have a state where people want to move to, as opposed to a state where people want to flee, like the states of California and Illinois. But the whole point of Blackburn's post, we are unabashedly conservative in this state. And I would rather see that than the corruption, the high taxes, and all of the other issues that these Democrat-run states have. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. And the reason why these states are moving to our state is because of those Tennessee and conservative values. It is 7:51. Joan's got the news at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, Iran is now calling the U.S. capture of one of its vessels armed piracy. Also, the drug that's 10 times more powerful than fentanyl, and it's showing up in Tennessee. We've got those stories coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here for my friends at Stoltzco. This is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. You know that at Stoltzco, they do build pole barns, and these pole barns can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. So, you can live in these pole barns, and these days, those barn dominiums are new and improved when you go through Stoltzco. They are now offering you turnkey options, and that means they handle not only the design, not only the construction, but also those amazing finishing touches. So with Stoltzco, you turn the key and you are home. And so these days, this is the company that you want to go to if you want a new pole barn. They can be used again for anything. So if you've got some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltzco. As always, tell them Dan Mendes told you to reach out. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com. 7:56 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've all been talking about the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California, where basically the Democrats are, some people would say, seems like it to me, where they're trying to criminalize investigative journalists like Nick Shirley. Now, you know Nick Shirley's story. He helped to shine a spotlight on the fraud, not only in Minnesota, but also in California. And so now California lawmakers are trying to stop people like Nick Shirley from exposing the fraud. Now, what they are saying is that they're trying to say, well, what we're really trying to do is protect some of these immigrants. That's what we're trying to do, which at least to me is complete and utter BS. What they're trying to do is ensure that their fraud doesn't get exposed. So Nick Shirley is in California. I love this. He's in California, and he has now, and this is a video. I'm going to play audio and video right now, guys. So this is Nick Shirley, and he's talking to the state lawmaker who is trying to pass the Nick Shirley, or the Stop Nick Shirley Act.
So what do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624? You don't know much about it? Or?
I don't know if I know that.
Oh, well, can I tell you a little bit about it?
Now, you should know that she's a co-author of the bill. So she's just playing stupid. She's just playing, what do you call it, Mickey the Dummy is what some people say. She's just playing Mickey the Dummy.
I'm okay.
So you should know about it, though, because it's kind of your job. So the Stop Nick Shirley Act, what it does is it shields immigrant.
Then she stops. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, you see that she literally just stops, and Nick Shirley is trying to catch up to her, and she just decides to stop. And so then he's walking along, and she just stops and starts going the other way. Now, Shirley is trying to do his best to try to get an answer out of her. And again, this is one of the lawmakers that is a co-sponsor of the bill, and she just simply does not want to talk about it.
Oh. All right, we can keep following you. The Stop Nick Shirley Act shields immigration nonprofit workers from public record disclosure. It criminalizes publishing images and videos of covered workers, even taken in public. Grants covered orgs power to man video takedowns.
Will not talk to him. They won't talk to him at all.
$4,000 civil, $10,000 criminal, $50,000 felony fines per violation applies to taxpayer-funded organizations. Would you support a bill that allows all that to take place?
And they just keep walking, and they literally will not even talk to Nick Shirley. But it's clear what they're trying to do. It's clear that what I'm surprised that, have they done this in Minnesota yet, Joan? If not, I guarantee you they're going to try it.
Oh, yeah.
Try to criminalize guys like Nick Shirley, exposing the fraud that these states are perpetuating on the people that live in those states, their taxpayers. And by the way, remember, in California, in Minnesota, with all of that fraud, it's not just the taxpayers in those states, but it's taxpayers all across the country, including here in Tennessee, that are getting ripped off. It is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and it appears that Iran won't be sitting around the negotiating table in Pakistan. That's according to Pakistan's foreign minister. Iran is also now vowing retaliation after the U.S. fired upon and seized the Iranian vessel Sunday that we've been hearing about. Iran now calling that armed piracy. Trey Yingst at Fox News says Iran is playing a dangerous game.
This is largely considered the last chance for the Iranians. When I spoke with the president over the weekend, he was very clear. They are going to sign on the dotted line, or he's going to target their bridges and power plants. And it's a decision that Iranian officials have to make. And I'm told by regional sources today there is a divide among Iranian leadership about what to do and whether or not to call the president's bluff. But the president isn't bluffing. This is a very similar situation that we saw before Operation Epic Fury began. The United States is giving the Iranians an off-ramp here, a chance at diplomacy. And if they don't take it, the war is expected to resume.
And Vice President J.D. Vance is reportedly already on his way to Pakistan. Here in Tennessee, a new drug is being blamed for the deaths of 41 people in and around Knox County. It's called cyclorphine, and it's 10 times more powerful than fentanyl.
The user does not know that they're taking this drug, and most likely the person who is selling this drug does not know that it's in this drug. We believe that it is being inserted some other place. This has to do with the disruption of fentanyl supply to America from some of the regulations that have been put on fentanyl in the last couple of years.
That's Chris Thomas. He's the director of the Knox County Forensic Center, speaking on Fox News. He said that drug is not detectable through most test kits, so he believes there may be more deaths tied to this new drug. Tennessee lawmakers have, however, passed a total ban on so-called gas station heroin. Kratom, derived from a Southeast Asian plant, is now banned fully and completely in the state of Tennessee. Kratom supporters say the plant can help to curb opioid addiction and manage pain, but others say that kratom in any form can lead to addiction and potential overdoses. The bill is now headed to the governor's desk for signature. It's set to take effect July 1st. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures still down 184. NASDAQ futures falling 66 so far. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, on 24 in the eastbound lanes in Whites Creek, just past the Clay Lick Road overpass. That's a crash that takes out the left shoulder. On 24 west in Murfreesboro, watch it for a crash at Joe B. Jackson Parkway. It's stop and go from Epps Mills up to that spot. Nashboro Woods, Bell Road at Priest Lake Drive, you got a crash there as well. And if you're on southbound in Brentwood, just before Concord Road, the right shoulder has been blocked off by a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight oh 5, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Did you need some audio, gentlemen?
I did it my way.
See what Donald Trump posted?
Yes, there were times I guess you knew.
So apparently he posted this over the weekend. It's a video of Frank Sinatra singing My Way. Apparently he said, the end is near. I did it my way. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Justice is coming.
I grew tall in spite of it all.
Yeah, you know, I did read, it was really interesting. I read this thing about President Trump and the whole controversy about when he said civilizations will end. Remember all that? Was that last week, Joan? Or that the week before?
It was on Easter. He did it on Easter Sunday.
That's right, on Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
So that was all by design.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we talked about this. But the president, he does these things for a reason. And, you know, we mention off and on, you know, that what the president is doing is he is matching the energy of Iran. And so if Iran is talking big and talking smack and doing all that stuff, well, then we're going to do the same thing. And they say that the president is actually, he is incredibly aware of what he does for shock value or to try to shock Iran to the negotiating table, which, by the way, it did get them back to the table. And so or to the table initially. And so when President Trump sending that Truth Social post out on Easter Sunday, where he said that civilizations will end and all of that talk, he did it on Easter Sunday, and he did it on that day, and he did it the way that he did it for a reason, to get the Iranians to the table. And here's the thing. Ultimately, what the president is doing, he knows that he could take political hits when he does these things. But if he needs the Iranians to come to the table, then that's what he's going to do, even if it means that he's going to take a political hit, even from people who support him. Because remember, you have people all across America who are Donald Trump supporters who said, really? On Easter Sunday? Really? And one of the things, apparently, the Daily Mail had a great article on this, because this was a big, conversation about whether or not he should do this on Easter Sunday. And should he use this kind of rhetoric? And he said there's only one way to deal with Iran, and that is right between the eyes. And so one of the things that they knew is that it was going to cause a huge crap storm, right? They knew it. And so when he finally put up the post, he said, how's it playing, right? You can just hear Donald Trump say, how's it playing? And they sort of sheepishly said, well, it's playing how we thought that it would play. And as you just heard with Donald Trump, as he posted this, My Way with Frank Sinatra,
I did
he did it his way.
What I had to do.
Can I just be honest, Joan?
Yeah.
I thought this sounded better.
Without exemption.
Like this is like Frank Sinatra. Did you think that sounds good?
And each charted course.
I don't want to bash on Frank Sinatra, but
step
isn't that Frank's voice?
Along the byway.
I don't know. I think that's Frank Sinatra.
Yeah.
Looks like him.
Sounds like him.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a live recording.
I did it my way.
He did it his way.
He's probably in some smoky bar in North Jersey.
Yeah, probably. He's in tails and all that kind of stuff. Very fancy. But anyway, yeah, Donald Trump has most certainly done it his way. And I don't fault him for doing it, whatever he needs to do to get Iran to the table. It's almost, what it's like, as I'm reading this article on what I would call controlled chaos that happens in the White House, is that we have been, and this goes back to I've said it a couple times now this morning, where we have been pea-footing around with Iran for far too long. And the reality is that if we want to focus, and this is what we really need to do, we need to just focus on the oil aspect of all of this. I mean, he's going to he's talking about, taking out the bridges and taking out the power plants. But if we really want to control Iran, what we really need to do is focus on the Strait of Hormuz. That's all we need to do. And if there are ships that are firing upon boats, for example, that are from India, then we need to take them out. We need to blow out their engines, and we need to literally abscond with their boats. And if Iran wants to call it, what do they call it, Joan? Piracy?
Yeah, some form of piracy.
Okay, well, you know what? Call it what you will, but this is the same country, Iran, that has been arming and paying for funding the Houthi rebels for a long time. Guess what the Houthi rebels do? Piracy.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem. We were joking in the 5 o'clock hour. You know who knows a lot about piracy? The Somalians. Guess what? We've got a lot of them in our country. Let's send the Somalians to work. Now, let's really embrace this whole thing of piracy, this whole concept of piracy. If this is what we want to do, let's get the Somalians, put them to work, because we know that they're not working in this damn country. No, what are they doing? They're ripping us off. So they come to our country, and what do? They ultimately rip off the taxpayers. Put them to work. Let's make them work as pirates, and we'll take over the Iranian boats. I mean, it all makes sense to me. You think we'll do that?
We can put them on little dinghies, send them out.
Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine that? Put them on dinghies and make them...
The kind you blow up and, put a little air in them and send them off. Yeah.
No.
That's what the Somalians would be saying.
No.
You're gonna Somalians. You're gonna go out and you're gonna practice piracy on the Iranians. No. How much money do they get from American taxpayers? Yes, you will. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this segment. Am I gonna get in trouble for this segment? Oh, you're so racist talking about the Somalians being pirates. I don't know. Sorry, whatever.
If it happens, if you do get in trouble, will you let me know?
Sure.
I want to be there to watch.
I'll just tell the program director I had to do it my way.
You had to do it your way.
And then I'll get the speech from management about how you got to do it the company's way.
Uh-huh.
So
and then you'll be sent packing.
That's okay. Well, it wouldn't be okay because I got bills to pay. I'm going to Morgan Wallen in a couple weeks.
You are?
I'm still trying to pay that off. Anyway,
Ooh.
moving right along. By the way, I didn't mean to shame Carnival Cruises earlier. I don't know if you looked at the
Oh no.
At the super text line.
I did not.
When I said the guy who was picked up by the Carnival Cruise boat that was in the middle of the ocean. No, the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America.
And it was just him and his cat. And he was rescued. And I made the joke where would I rather be, on a Carnival cruise or stranded in the middle of the ocean or the Gulf of America with my cat? I said I'd rather be stranded in the middle of the Gulf of America with my cat than on a Carnival cruise. People did. I knew this would happen, Joan.
They defended Carnival against you?
They're calling me uppity.
Yeah.
I'm not uppity by any stretch of the imagination.
You are not uppity.
I've seen all the videos of what happens on a Carnival cruise. I'm just telling you. And you know what? It ain't pretty. At all.
I did what I had to do.
So you folks that are mad at me for making fun of Carnival cruises, I'm sorry.
Here, you want to be mad at something?
I had to do it my way. What?
So ABC has the story, right? And in the whole story, as I'm looking through, they call it the Gulf. But they never say Gulf of America.
They're not. They refusing to say the Gulf
of America, but they'll say Gulf of Oman. Whenever they reference that Gulf, they'll identify it, but they will not say Gulf of America.
What is wrong with these people?
The Gulf. Yeah.
Just the Gulf.
That's it. They're so funny.
Do you know what I bet? I bet that if there is a Democrat that comes into office in 2028, first thing they're going to do is change it back to the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Do you think we should do that one day?
Yeah.
What do people think? What are the Democrats going to change first? The Donald Trump executive ordered? What would they change first? I think that'd be one of them. I'd have to really think about it.
Yeah.
2805. You ready? It's already started. 2805. It's the Gulf of Mexico, you dumb Fs.
Oh, okay. Well.
This This is the hatred that I'm getting today on the super text line. I don't know why. What 2805?
2805 is a regular dork.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think the 2805 needs to do on this 420? He needs to smoke a bowl and chill.
Yeah.
Is he the one that I said needed to go smoke a bowl and chill on Friday?
Last week, yes.
Was it 2805?
Yep, sure is.
I think 2805 also needs to go on a Carnival cruise. I think if he needs to smoke a bowl and chill on a Carnival cruise.
Through the Gulf of America, which Mexico is central. What? 2805? What is it? Central America.
So you're mad at Carnival Cruise. Is that why you always take a Disney cruise? Said Rooster. I don't take Disney cruises. Do you know what? I will never in my life forgive Matt Murphy, who I love, from convincing people that I went on a Disney cruise. It was not a Disney cruise. It was a Royal Caribbean cruise, and I've been on 2.
Rodney says, well, Dan, if it was a Disney cruise, you'd be right on board.
No. You know what the dumb thing is?
He sent me the picture of you with the Mickey Mouse ears and the bathing suit on. What are you talking about?
Don't make me break out shut up again. Shut up. Anyway. No, I
Shut up.
I specifically went on a Royal Caribbean cruise because I did not want to go on a Disney cruise. That's what makes it so hurtful, Joan.
Yeah.
Is that I literally did things my way and convinced Amy that I wanted to go on a Royal Caribbean cruise and not a Disney cruise. And by the way, at the time, Riker was like, I don't know, what, 9 or 10?
Yeah.
And, you know, she's getting them all, you know, customized ears with the name Riker stenciled on. I mean, the whole thing. And I have to throw down, I'm not going on a Disney cruise.
Here, you want to hear the most frightening thing ever? I just read the most frightening thing.
Okay.
2805, the Gulf of Mexico, you dumb Fs. That guy?
Yeah.
Just said, I work in the medical field. I can't smoke a bowl. He works in the medical field. He's another nut job lefty in the medical field.
I would like to know from 2805, what would he do if I came in and I was like one of his patients?
Oh. Well, he could work in the medical fild and like sweep the floors.
I know.
So he, you know, likes to claim that, but he's not really.
I want to know what, hey, 2805, what do you do in the medical field? I'm just curious. Dan should be forced to go on the KISS cruise so people can teach him the difference between Ace Frehley and Peter Criss. Oh, the things people remember. Anyway.
They love you.
It is a sure. 8:18 and time to check the roads on WTN. All right, 8:19. As far as your weather goes, going to be nice today with highs in the 70. Okay, 2805 is a pharmacist. So, I don't know. That makes me feel a little bit better. Although, if 2805, do you think if 2805 got a prescription for me that he was supposed to fill, do you think he'd like lace it with something, Joan?
Yeah, something
You think he would?
untraceable. Yeah.
2805, we're kidding. We love you, even if you hate us and call us bad names. It's fine. It's all fine, good and well.
No, really, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. It is. 0409. 2805 works at the laundromat shaking farts out of shirt tails. Okay. See, I'm not hating on 2805. Like, I'm not. I mean, he can hate on us, but I love every single one of our listeners, Joan.
Yeah.
Every single one.
I still haven't figured out if he's so annoyed by us, why does he listen every day?
6695, I think he's lying. I think he is a mental patient. Randy says, why do you allow Murphy Show to affect your emotions? I don't think Murphy Show affects my emotions. Does Murphy Show affect my emotion? I love Murphy Show. Murphy Show puts me in a good mood, actually.
Mandis is a moron in the morning.
Except for that. And, of course, the Weaver laughing in the background is just the best part of that. All right, it is 8:21 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Nuclear women's. 4931, won't smoke a bowl, but will kill millions with pharmaceutical opiates.
Ooh.
Ooh, snap.
What now?
All right, 8:21, time to find out from Joan what is happening in the news at 8:30. Joan.
Well, the tariffs are being reimbursed starting today. We've got more details on that. And Canada's Prime Minister blaming President Trump for his country's woes. Yeah, it's all coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, it is April. Lots of weddings are being planned. And right now, I can tell you the best place for engagement rings and wedding rings is indeed Brentwood Jewelry. Now, you've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands, semi-mount engagement rings, and loose diamonds as well. Now, they've got rings for every budget and every style for both men and women. Now, Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she bought me my favorite watch. But you know what else they have is incredible pocket knives from the William Henry Knife Collection. This is a gift that truly does stand out, handcrafted with aerospace-grade materials, rare hardwoods, and stunning inlays. Now, some say it's more than just a knife. It is a functional work of art. Either way, if you've got a special event coming up and you need a gift for a special someone, go to my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. That's BrentwoodJewelry.com. $824 Super Talk 99.7, and I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Credit card interest rates, they're now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. But, you know, here's what a lot of homeowners simply do not realize, that using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. Now, one client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 every single month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone and zero money out of pocket. No hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Now, rates right now are at near 3-year lows, so you've got to act right now. Go to loanpronto.com and see how much money you can save in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews, cannot be wrong. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime. It is loanpronto.com, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, and MLSconsumeraccess.org. 827 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, another aren't you glad you don't live on the East Coast story.
Okay.
So here's what I don't get. FIFA, right? All the soccer games, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see this story?
Yeah.
So New Jersey and all of that Democrat leadership, the people at FIFA, the soccer league, they are really angry because suddenly the state of New Jersey doesn't have the ability to allow people to take the train from, I don't know what, the city of wherever they got to take the train to the stadium where the soccer games for the World Cup are going to be played. So now it's going to cost like $120 to $150 for people to be able to simply get to the World Cup soccer matches that are going to be held in New Jersey. And so now you got a lot of people, including yours truly, by the way, blasting New Jersey for their sheer and utter incompetence. And FIFA's mad. FIFA, soccer's global governing body, pulling out a red card. FIFA claims that its original agreement stated the locals in which the games take place will pay for transportation, but the governor, Sherrill, claims that agreement was made by the prior, also Democratic administration in Trenton, and for some reason does not apply now. So they're not honoring the agreement that the state of New Jersey made with FIFA.
Right.
And so now people are going to have to pay $150.
You're not allowed to walk up there. There's no parking at Met Stadium. Is Met Stadium? Is that where they're having it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So there's no other way to get there.
MetLife Stadium. MetLife Stadium.
The only way to get there is to take mass transit. That's it. Now, over the weekend, I don't know if you heard Chuck Schumer blasting, everybody and their mothers saying that FIFA, how dare you, you idiots, you shouldn't do this. It's not FIFA that's making this decision.
No, it's New Jersey.
This was New Jersey.
FIFA simply wants New Jersey to honor the agreement that was made under the prior administration in New Jersey.
Yeah.
$150. Meantime, remember Zoran Mamdani was out there saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have cheap tickets for everybody to the World Cup." Now, most people, you want to talk about an affordability problem. People can't afford $150 to simply be able to get to the game, let alone pay the exorbitant price for the tickets.
Right. So the usual price for a ticket for the Meadowlands train from Penn Station was $12.90. But during the event, it's $150.
Now, why is that? Because they've had like the Giants play there, the New York Giants play there. They have concerts there. Taylor Swift had some concerts there as well. So what is different? Because you can only fit so many people into a soccer stadium or into a stadium, right? So it sounds like they're trying to rip people off.
This is
price gouging. That's exactly right.
Absolutely. And, that's your new governor, Mikey Sherrill.
Mm-hmm.
That's her at work.
It's price gouging and it's incompetence.
Yeah.
It's perhaps both. Anyway, so there you go. That's your Democrat Party at work. 8:31 on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In the U.S. is starting a new process to refund some of those tariffs imposed by the Trump administration.
The Trump administration launches a tariff refund site today aimed at reimbursing American companies for the $160 billion, yes, billion dollars they paid in tariffs that the Supreme Court struck down in February. Businesses can request refunds through the online portal, but experts say it's unlikely American consumers will recover any money, but companies like FedEx have promised to refund customers.
ABC's Olivia Rubin there. Now, this weekend, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney blaming the tariffs for Canada's economic troubles. It's not being called a near miss, but a UPS plane had to abort a landing at Louisville International Airport.
A UPS plane coming in from Atlanta was approaching the runway to land, but was suddenly instructed to do what's called a go-around, basically meaning the crew will abort their landing, gain speed and altitude, and then go around the airport to try another safe landing. It's something pilots are trained to do, but don't have to do often.
That's Channel 4's Amber Giant. There is an investigation underway into that incident. And a woman facing charges for allegedly kicking police officers. This happened on Friday night after Roxana Guy was asked to leave J. Alexander's restaurant on White Bridge Pike. Police said that she was intoxicated and had started yelling and using profane language and causing a disturbance in the bar area. Well, when police arrived, Guy fought against police who had handcuffed her, and they were trying to load her into the police cruiser. She's facing charges that include assault on a police enforcement officer. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Just starting to trade now. And the Dow Jones Industrial starting off on the plus side. We're up 13 points on the Dow. NASDAQ, however, is down 99. S&P 500 index minus 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:33 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Spring is here. It is a great time to open your windows. Now, if your windows don't easily open, they leak, they're broken, or they need repainting again, check out my friends at Window Nation. They can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. They are in the middle of their The More You Buy, The More You Save sale going on right now at Window Nation. You could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home, and you could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Find them online at windownation.com. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. They've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating, over 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine. Check them out online, windownation.com. Don't forget that great deal. If you want great new windows for your home, check out my friends at Window Nation. Up to 50% off all the windows for your home. And you could get them for 0% interest financing for 5 years. Find them online, windownation.com, windownation.com.
Got a crash on westbound 24 right at Joe B. Jackson Parkway, and it is stop and go from Epps Mills up to that spot. At the eastern split on 24 westbound, right at I-40, you've got a crash that takes out the right shoulder. And then at Old Hickory Boulevard and Logistics Way, watch for a crash in that spot as well. Now, I-840 in Almaville, there's a crash this morning at exit 47. That's Almaville Road. maybe off the interstate, but it looks like there's no delays around that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on to the Crisscross Handoff. Joan's here.
Hello.
Chris is here.
I am here.
I'm here. Hello, everyone. So we're talking about Chris's big plans off the air as far as what he did this weekend, Joan. And you want to repeat what you said? You want to repeat what you said on the air, off the air?
I said, all right, so I said all we did was baseball this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that, Brooks had a bunch of tournaments, and then Bishop had a bunch of games, and then Kennedy had her play practices and performances and all that. So I said, we had a lot of fun this weekend. The only thing I didn't do was see my wife at all because we had divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
Though I said I didn't get in any trouble either. So... that's elite level marriage protection is the divide and conquer strategy.
Do you know my marriage, and this is interesting, Joan, my marriage got markedly better when I started working on this shift and I no longer saw my wife.
There's probably good reason for that, Dan.
I just ask her.
Yeah.
Just ask her, Anyway, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
I am too, obviously.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna replay this Don Lemon audio. Because that was 4 hours ago that we played it.
Yeah.
So this is, I need some video, if I could, gentlemen, in there. I need some video, please. Thank you. So we were joking earlier. This is such a visual. So I'm going to describe it. You have Don Lemon, and he looks like, somebody mentioned what he looks like. He looks like a lounge lizard. He's not wearing any socks, and his shirt is buttoned down all the way to just above his navel. And this is what he says.
But you know what, Don? You're such a person that I could absolutely see running for president.
Yeah.
Like, not even joking.
Yes, why not?
Because you're an idiot and you have no marketable skills.
Thank you.
Why not?
Why not?
For starters, your belly button
I'm not saying that I'm going to do it, but why not? My parents taught me growing up that I could be anything that I wanted.
Absolutely.
And so if Donald Trump could be president, why can't I be president? So I might do it. Who knows?
My parents said I could be anything I wanted, up to and including a domestic terrorist that interrupts church services. What a nut.
So yeah, he looks like a lounge lizard. Like that, somebody on the super text line didn't coin that phrase, but did point that out. What did we say earlier that he looked like, Joan? In the 5 o'clock hour?
A complete weirdo. I can't even remember. The whole thing is the shirt down to the shirt being unbuttoned. No socks. Like what?
Yeah, and no socks
with the loafers. Like it's got to be uncomfortable.
Well, I guess part of my question is, so the 70s called and they want their lounge lizard look back.
Yeah,
which is what he looks like.
They're going to have to take him from out of prison because I'm very sure he's going to be sentenced, found guilty and sentenced for that thing that he did at the church in, where was that, Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think this is just a guise to get us all to stop watching what is going on over there and just think of him as a presidential candidate.
All right. I want to play this video, Joan, that I cannot unsee, that you sent me. Of the minority inspector of elections of Wisconsico Township, Pennsylvania. This is
good old Wisconsico.
Yeah,
Wisconsico, and this obese male dressed as a female, lying on a bed and getting all comfy. And
hello,
stunning and brave.
My name is Stephanie Fritch, and I'm gonna be 100% blatantly honest about what's going on with me.
Okay. This is going to be a doozy, isn't it?
Clearly, what's going on with you, sir, is mental illness.
The main thing is, I realize people say I look like a man, and also they realize that, they're saying that, I don't take care of myself and don't look like a girl. But
you know what's so funny? So literally, this is a bad wig that it looks like, no offense if you buy wigs from like Walmart. I don't know. Joan, where's there a bad place to buy wigs?
I think Walmart would do it. Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like he took a floppy broom thing and just put it on his head.
Like a mop.
Like a mop. Thank you. Not a broom, a mop. And he looks like a dude. Dude looks like a dude.
Dude looks like an ugly dude.
He doesn't even have the high-pitched voice.
Oh.
No.
Is he even trying, Dan?
No, he's not even trying. Put on and I don't know what in the world he's, whatever.
The main thing is, being a trans person like I am, and identify as a female.
All right, so there you go. That is, and you know what the crazy thing is? Like, is this a elected position, Joan? That's what I want to know.
Oh, what is the position?
Minority Inspector of Elections in the state of Pennsylvania for Wisconsico Township. What the hell is that? Wisconsico Township, Pennsylvania. So I'm dying to know if the good people of Pennsylvania actually voted for this person.
Sounds like the kind of guy that would sign up to
inspect
minorities.
And here's the crazy thing. Which is worse? Which is worse? If the Democrats in that state voted for this, or if this is an appointment and somebody actually appointed this person.
Both are terrible.
Both are terrible.
Appointed.
Who appoints? It'd be funny if it was the governor.
Oh, it's probably Shapiro, right?
Who appoints it, Joan? Come on.
I haven't found it yet.
You think Don Lemon would win would win the primary as while Joan's looking that up?
I think that guy would vote for him.
I think this guy would vote for him. Do you think out on the campaign trail?
You know what this person does? Ensures that voting machines are properly handled and the numbers match at the end of the day. Oof.
I have no confidence in the Pennsylvania elections.
No.
None whatsoever. At least in Wisconsico Township.
Can we add a mental health evaluation for tabulators when we get back to the Save America Act?
Yeah, I mean this is just not good. And if for folks that are in the car, I am going to go ahead and repost this. So follow me on X at Dan Manda Show, and you'll see Stephanie Frisch.
Oh.
Yeah,
Steven.
I
got a story for you here.
Go ahead.
This is from a Chinese car maker. They've unveiled a new feature.
Okay.
A voice-controlled in-vehicle toilet.
What?
If you got to go while on the go, you're in luck. That's from the New York Post, not mine.
A voice-controlled in-car toilet.
Having to pee or poop during long road trips is now no longer a pain in the butt, as Chinese electric vehicle engineers are gearing up to roll out a fleet of cars featuring built-in toilets. So the Ceres, S-E-R-E-S, an automotive manufacturer specializing in high-end electric vehicles and intelligent technology, has been granted a patent for an in-vehicle toilet that slides under a passenger's seat for mid-trip use.
Joan, would you do it?
No. I mean, if there's somebody else in the car, what?
With kids. So if you've got kids, so this is...
Okay, so kids, yeah, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, if you've got kids. So, Chris, would you utilize one of these in-car toilets?
Absolutely.
Would you?
To limit odors, the in-car commode will come with a fan and an exhaust pipe, implemented to funnel funky smells out of the automobile, the patent says on the paperwork. Waste will be collected in a tank that has to be emptied manually.
You know what? People in RVs do it.
I know. I saw a video over the weekend of a homeless man dumping one of those out in a sewer drain.
Didn't we learn from Christmas Vacation or whatever that was that it didn't work? Was that Christmas Vacation?
Well, if
whatever
they would,
it is.
Yeah, if they would enforce any laws. In the storm drain I saw in California, it empties out right into the ocean. So who's going swimming out there? But Series, based in Chongqing, has not announced an official release of the vehicles with the onboard bathroom, but it could hit the Chinese market soon.
3618, as a truck driver, I support in-vehicle toilets. That makes sense.
Well, truck drivers, yeah. I mean,
Trevor says it sounds like a bedpan, Chris.
It does sound like a bedpan with an exhaust fan.
RVs, by the way, have like enclosed rooms where you, like a bathroom.
Is that
So it's not.
is that the sound you make, Joan?
No. But it's not in the middle of the back seat.
You know, so I heard that in the headphones too.
It's not. Stop.
Is that Joan back there?
Joan's in the bathroom. Oh, man.
My point is, it's not in the back seat. It's not so like open to everyone viewing you as you're.
Oh yeah, how would like your kids? You got 4 kids, right? So
you need a little privacy curtain there.
Yeah, I mean, how would your kids feel about
It might work in a minivan where you might have the room to do that, right?
See, I think back seat in one of the captain chairs would make the most sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Will this work better than the toilet that was on the spaceship that we had?
One would hope so.
I hope so. But imagine the shuffle on a long road trip. So mom's got to climb into the back seat, kids got to climb into the front seat, and then you flush, you switch, and mom's back in the front seat.
And you hope nobody hits a bump.
And the seat's a little warm.
That's a whole new Chinese fire drill. What do they call it, Chinese fire drill? Do you know?
I don't know. I like it, though. It's fun.
We do Chinese fire drill all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, when we have to, for whatever reason.
You and Amy?
Uh-huh.
Just as soon as you hit that red light?
I've done more Chinese fire drills with Amy than I've done in my entire life with any other person that I've ever spent time in my car with.
It's rooted in white supremacy, Dan.
No, you know what it is? She hates my... She
doesn't like your driving, I know.
That's what it is. She doesn't like my driving. She hates my driving. You know what? It's what we've talked about, Chris. Shh. It's that weaponized incompetence.
It's exactly what it is.
Because I don't like to drive. So I would much rather sit around in the passenger seat because I'm a passenger princess.
So you hit a couple cones and then Amy wants to drive.
All I got to do is veer a little bit, in either direction, and she's like,
That's it.
Yeah, get out of the driver's seat, and that's what she does. By the way, real quick, comment of the day.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Fretch.
4899 says Dan sounds more feminine than this guy.
Thanks. That's cold.
Thanks a lot, 4899. I've been taking a lot of slings and arrows today. Hey, I want to take a real quick poll from the super text line. Joan, is it safe to assume that you have not seen a show called DTF St. Louis?
I have not.
And I know that Chris hasn't.
No, I have not.
Mason, have you seen DTF St. Louis? Ryan, DTF St. Louis? No?
No.
All right. I want to know if anybody has seen this show. Now, it is one of the weirdest, creepiest shows I've ever seen, and I loved it. Like, it's just, I can't even describe it on the radio, but you know who's in it? Jason Bateman and David Harbour. Or Harbour, I don't know how he says his name, but he was a sheriff in Stranger Things. Is that Harbour? Is that what it is?
Harbour.
Harbour. Anyway.
I don't know. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, good. All right, I'm going to throw something at you. Anyway, so it's really good. Like, if you're a pearl clutcher, you might want to just not. But if you like really like cutting edge, kind of just salty kind of shows, that's the one that you want to watch.
It's cutting. What makes it cutting edge?
The way that it's written and the plot is just crazy. It's just, you got to watch it. You've got to watch it. Yeah. And then people can say, oh, man, you got a really weird sense of humor, or you've got a really weird taste in shows. You know what? I want to know if anybody has actually watched it from the WTN Nation. Because I know a couple of people who have, and they're conservatives, and they liked it too. Where do we find that show? Oh, shoot. You would ask me that. I think it's Netflix.
DTF?
No, it's HBO. Of course, it's HBO.
What does DTF stand for?
What do you think it stands for?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Joan?
Clueless.
Down to,
Okay.
the F word.
Fart?
St. Louis?
Yeah.
DTF St. Louis.
Yeah. It's a it's like a sexual thriller kind of a thing, but it's a murder mystery kind of a thing. It's more a murder mystery kind of a thing. All right, Nick says, I have watched. It's amazing. There you go. Patrick, yes, watch it from the beginning to end. Loved it.
You got 2.
TB.
Sorry.
Whatever.
All 3 of you guys get excited and have like a party.
Here's how Google explains this. It says a love triangle between 3 adults experiencing middle-age malaise that leads to one of them ending up dead.
That's it.
Okay.
Lena says, Dan does not sound like a female at all. Thank you, Lena.
9009 says, it is absolute smut.
It's great and well written, says 2182.
Oh, Nick said the F stands for fornicate.
9009, it is absolute smut. Yeah, but you've watched it, right? 9009? I don't take heroin or meth or I don't have any other way to
This is listen, all right, I watch trash TV, but at least I'm not on heroin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Can I just watch a little trash TV, please?
At least I haven't done any meth.
That's exactly right. Yet. You know what DTF St. Louis is? You know what this is, Joan? It is a gateway to meth. That's what it is, according to 9009. Let's see here. 9009. Horrible, disgusting, and cray?
Cray.
C-R-A?
Cray
Is that cray?
yeah,
Okay.
crazy.
Do you see what 1761 said?
Nope. Let's see. What does it say?
Is it a celebrity cooking show down to fork?
Nope. Nope, it's not. 2637 has a green, gonna be sick emoji.
3521 said it stands for Donald Trump forever.
That's what it is. If I wanted to troll the conservatives that listen, I could say, watch DTF. It's Donald Trump forever, and just watch it. And it will all rah with the greatness of Donald Trump. Then they start watching it and they're like, there was nothing about Donald Trump in that movie. What is wrong with you, Mandis? Dan is a Methodist, 3778. I don't even know what that means. Is there something, Joan, what does that mean? Dan is a Methodist.
Does it mean you go to a gay church?
Could be. Could be. I mean, the Methodist, I don't even want to get on it.
All right, moving right along.
Yeah.
Joan doesn't even want to do it.
It is 8:55. Joan, quickly, what's coming up in the news?
Bridgestone Arena is about to get a glow up. We've got details coming up here at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Meadows here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, at the Covered Patio, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. Now, at the Covered Patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. Now, the Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. Enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to the Covered Patio at 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407, online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com. $8:57, Dan here with my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Right now, you can clean out your HVAC with their Spring Breathe Easy package. Now, look, your HVAC has been sitting and collecting dust and allergens for months now. You want your family to breathe that junk? Of course not. Busy Bee can help clean all of that out. Their Breathe Easy package is a full system refresh to, yes, clear out all of those allergens, the dust, and the pet dander as well. It has been building up, and you need to clean it out with Busy Bee. So here's what you get. An AC tune-up just to make sure that you're ready for that summer heat. They'll check out your ductwork and clean out all of those allergens as well. Busy Bee is going to go the extra mile and install a whole home germicidal system to help reduce those airborne contaminants. And yes, they'll even throw in a bonus deodorizer treatment. Now, right now, you can get that whole package for just $11.99 for 1.5 to 3 ton systems. That is a savings of about $600 and $15.99 on those bigger 3.5 to 5 ton systems. And that'll save you around $500. Now, think about your air quality and call Busy Bee. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.